Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
That's correct.
From state. I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Dati mihi Anglican or in German.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Wonderful to have you here this morning. Happy Thursday. Podcast Thursday tonight. 8 p.m. right here on this channel. Please be here. It'll be a lot of fun. Let's see. We have a lot to do today. I'll tell you, we have more things to do today than we have time to do it. I mean, that's the short of it. So you're gonna have to get like 2 computers or 3 computers or a couple devices to watch. We can't do it all. Right now on Trial TV Live, they're following the Ashley Benefield hearing, where she's asked to be let out on bond pending her appeal. So that's being argued right now. Pretty interesting. Might have a little bit of politics involved in that one, so we're definitely not going to go there. Also, we have today, Brian Koberger has a hearing, which will be sort of open and sort of closed. The courtroom itself is closed to the public. The judge will be live streaming on and off throughout the trial and or throughout the hearing. And it may be 2 days, it may be 1 day. So that's going to happen. It's going to be a little bit, hit and miss as that goes. So that's coming up. And then, of course, we are catching up on the on this case with Natalie Cochran out of West Virginia, which I have fallen in love with. And so we have lots of stuff to do. All right. Not all the other things are happening. Good morning. Jan says, today's my birthday. We'll see if we can get you on the birthday list, Jan. Did you fill out the birthday form? Let's see. The birthday wishes shout out form. Let's see if we can get you on there. Let's see. I missed a lot. It's a crazy trial and defense attorney as a character. I love it. I really do. I'd rather have a trial where we have somebody who we either love to love or love to hate, as far as their delivery style, than just have flat, dry legal argument with citations. I like personality. It is so much fun. And this court has a ton of personality, which is great. Good morning. I was awakened this morning by my home alarm informing me that someone had exited out the back door. And I'm like, oh, that's early. Who could that be? Because nobody has anything this morning that. My kids. It's another snow day, right? We still have it hasn't been above freezing yet here since it started snowing. So the snow is melting a little bit because of the sun. It heats some things up, so it's melting off the roads a little. I saw a snowplow for the first time in North Carolina ever last night. Came by. It was bouncing its plow along the road because the roads are not plowed normally, and they're bumpy. I don't know why they're bumpy, but it sounded awful. It sounded like somebody was dragging a metal grate behind their truck or something. It was the worst sound ever. Anyway, so snowplow came and plowed the road, and I think sprayed some de-icer or something. And but my kids, they woke up. They're all bundled up in all their gear. We don't have, like we did before, but we don't have like snow sleds and things like that. We have their snow gear, so they have boots and overalls and coveralls and coats and gloves and hats and everything. They have all those, but we don't have sleds.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Does that stop them? No. They run downstairs. They grab our beach gear because we have bodyboards, we have boogie boards, and they grab those and they say they work better on the snow than they do in the water of the ocean. So they're out there using the bodyboards to sled down the hill at the neighbor's house who doesn't live there. Where to sign for the birthday song? Lily, are you on the birthday list as well? Boogie B, a Bougie B. I don't know how to say that. Recap on the Ponzi murder trial. The defendant, Natalie Cochran, is charged with murder. To sit in trial, they drag her out of her prison cell because she is serving 11 years for a Ponzi scheme where she basically got people to invest in her and possibly her husband's, depends on how you look at this, company. They had a company where they said, we're going to do contracts for the federal government, which pay really well. And they do. And they had this business and people donated, $15,000 here, $50,000 there, $500,000 there, over $2 million they collected, mostly from family and friends. And there was really no business. There was one contract with the state of West Virginia, which was tuppence, but nothing ever came through. I don't think they ever won a bid with the federal government, not a single one. And instead, all the money went towards their houses, their cars, their toys, their motorcycles, their trips to France and to Hawaii, fine dining, and just a lavish lifestyle. As this was starting to unravel, the prosecution will tell you that her husband was starting to become wise to what was happening, and had scheduled a trip to go visit with the bank in person to see where all this, where's the $1.8 billion we were promised from this contract that was supposed to be in our bank. Well, it never was. But right before he made that trip, he died. He collapsed in the kitchen. His wife said he had a seizure. Natalie said he had a seizure. She left him there. Eventually, she called a couple construction workers to come and move him to the couch. Left him there as well. Called all the friends over. Sent pictures. Here he is. Look at him. There he is. That's him right now. You'd never guess. That's what Mike's doing. Natalie was a pharmacist. She had access to drugs. She had a good idea of what drugs can do what. And it's entirely circumstantial case. But they're saying she killed him because he was about to wise up to the fact that this was all a Ponzi scheme. And the state's trying to prove it. Defense has a powerfully passionate defense team. Well, at least one of them is. And I think he's from Poland. He's got a little bit of a European accent, and maybe a lot of one, and a lot of fire. So it's suggested that we have. Let's see. Okay, Sharon, I see these, but I know we've got a couple more in chat. One more time. I think, Sharon, we had some people that missed the form. If you've told me it's your birthday today, can you please reply one more time and tag me like this? I have messages not displayed like this. Tag me like this if it's your birthday. If you've told me it's your birthday. And I've already got Smarties. Is it Raquel? I think it's Raquel. And Carrie. I know there were a couple others we were looking at that said it was your birthday, and my memory is terribly short. We've got Jan. Jan needs to be there, so if we can put Jan on there. Did I miss any others? Okay, did you tag me if it's your birthday? Okay. Jan and Lily. Can we add Jan and Lily to the birthday list? I think that's everything. Yeah, Trial TV Live is where you can see Ashley Benefield. They're following that one. It started early this morning. It was a really early one. It's not terribly exciting. It's just people saying what a good person she'd be if she was out on bond.
Have them send someone with more experience.
All right. Okay. Can somebody put Jan and Lily on that birthday list for me? So I can get everybody. So we need Jan and Lily added to Smarties, Raquel, and Carrie. And then we're going to sing the birthday song. Or maybe I can just do it in my head. Nobody's typing it. All right.
I saw a chicken fight.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
All right. Here we go. We're just going to do this. I'll try to remember Jan and Lily in addition to the ones on the screen. All right, everyone stand up, deep breath, pull shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with the neighbors, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Smarties, Raquel, Carrie, Jan, Willie, and Lily. Happy birthday to you. There we go. We got everybody right in under the buzzer. Thank you very much, Sharon. Appreciate all you do. I know I throw curveballs at you guys at the last minute, and you guys do so well. To everyone celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's house, Andy's Bar and Grill. And on my phone, it showed me a list of all the different places you can get freebies. For some reason, I'm not sure why my phone, it's obviously listening to me. Apparently, Sephora, McDonald's, Target, AMC Theaters, Krispy Kreme, Chick-fil-A, Nike, and Starbucks also get in on the action, where if those are something you like, any of those stores, you might want to download their app because they probably have a freebie for you. Because it's your birthday, and you're just that good. So, all right, happy birthday. Why are you reading my stock portfolios, says Greeners? They're all going down, Greeners. Giving away free things from your companies. Man, my old boss was born on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's cool. What's it called when you have like cool numbers and dates and times, like a planandrome or something? There's some weird word which no one will ever remember except for Red Pen. A palindrome, or you guys know what I'm talking about, right? What's that term? A plandidrome. Greeners remember that. Randall from Iowa. Everyone remembers except for me, apparently. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating their birthday today. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could choose to be with, but you've chosen to celebrate to here with us. The privilege and pleasure is all ours. Hopefully we can turn that, make your day a little more special before the drum solo, which starts about now. Ready? Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Hannah is a palindrome. Oh, that's the forward, backwards, and forwards. You're right. What's the number? Isn't there a name? Isn't there a name for when numbers? See, Lee, you're correct. What's the word for when numbers like line up to mean something? Is there a word for that too? I don't know. All right, it is podcast day. We're going to get started. We are still on catch up, but we are catching up rapidly. I think tomorrow we should be caught up, right? I think. It's called angel numbers. Gematria. Are you Greeners, you're just making me say words that might mean something I don't understand or intend to say. Numerology. We are still on fast speed, so yes, everything will be at 1.25 speed. We're also skipping through the breaks and the lunches, and with that said, let's just go ahead and jump right in because court has begun. For our day 3, we watched 2 days yesterday, and we're going to watch 2 days today, and then we're going to watch 2 days tomorrow. And I think that should get us caught up.
Don Wager, Professional Third, Judge of the Circuit Court of Raleigh County is now sitting.
for counting objections.
Good morning, all.
Whoa, that's loud.
We continue in the jury trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. All parties are present, including the defendant. Are there matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing to state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Very well. Bailiff, bring in the jury.
This accent reminds me of the Kennedys. Are they from the same part, same area? You will bring the jury. Who's got the squeaky seat? Traipsing in. There's our defendant.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and welcome back. I'm glad to see your smiling faces, at least some smiling faces. I hope you rested well and you are ready to continue. Today is Friday, and so that's a happy thing.
It's not our Friday.
We are still on the state's case in chief, and we will get started right away. Mr. Truman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Jason Bowen. Can I have 8?
Another green shirt. I'm going to like this guy, I think.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Paula Mack.
You may be seated
You're
right
on the
there.
internet today. Congratulations. Congratulations.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's your name, please?
Jason Bowen.
And Ms. Bowen, tell us what you do for a living.
I'm a general contractor. Do all aspects of construction.
And where are you currently working?
I have a company called Dreamcatchers Construction.
And do you operate locally here in Raleigh County?
No, I travel.
And currently, what projects are you working on, or just generally, where are you working?
I'm up north working on a church currently.
Okay. Let me take you back to 2019. Where were you then? Where were you working then?
In 2019, we was working for Mr. and Mrs. Cochran, doing various projects.
Was that your same company?
He's the body mover.
And did you work full-time for the Cochrans, or did you take other work as well?
No, we worked fully for Mr. and Mrs. Cochran.
Okay. Your Honor, due to poor planning, I forgot to turn on the equipment, if that's okay.
All right, we'll get you some assistance.
Okay. Did you work solely by yourself at the Cochrans, or did you have other people working with you?
No, it was me and my business partner, Jonathan Miller.
And Mr. Miller died as a result of a vehicle accident, is that correct?
He did.
Do you know approximately when Mr. Miller died?
It was March 30th of 2020.
Thanks. Did you turn the overhead on? Were you two partners in a company, or did you just work together?
Well, it was he had his company and I had my company, and we just kind of joined forces to work together.
Okay, but both of you were working essentially full-time for the Cochrans?
Yes.
On February 6th of 2019, do you recall receiving a text from the defendant at about 12:20 or so?
I do.
Where were you when you received the text?
We had just left Lowe's. We had gotten some paint and supplies. We was working on a airplane hangar.
When you say we?
Me and Jonathan.
You and Jonathan Miller? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that doesn't show up very well, does it?
Yeah. I like his sound.
Let me
Little
just hand
sounds
this
he
to
makes.
you. Hand you what's been marked as States 1 and ask you to take a look at the first text.
I recall this.
You do. And you received that while you were still at Lowe's with Mr. Miller?
We was actually in the truck leaving Lowe's.
What time did that text come in?
A little bit before 12.
Actually, if it shows right there, it's 12:21. Unfortunately, it's uniform time, so you have to adjust
Yes.
by 5 hours.
Yes.
Okay. And when you got that text, what did it ask you to do?
She was asking us to come to the house that Mike had gotten sick and was laying in the kitchen floor.
And she being the defendant?
Natalie, yes.
Okay. What did you do in response to that text?
We told her we was on our way and started head straight there.
Do you know, and did you do that?
We did.
What time did you get to the Cochran house?
12:30, 12:35, maybe 12:40.
And when you got there, had she instructed you what to do when you got there?
She did. She told us they was in the kitchen. Just come on in.
Did you do that?
We did. We knocked, opened the door, and said hello. And she answered and said, "We're in here."
Had you been in the Cochran house before?
Many times.
So you knew where the kitchen was?
Yes.
Did you go to the kitchen?
We did.
And when you got in the kitchen, what did you see?
Mike was laying on the floor in a curled up position.
Now, you didn't get a picture of Michael, but the defendant sent it to a number of people. Is that what you saw when you got to the kitchen?
It was.
What did she tell you happened to him?
She said he had gotten sick at the sink and just kind of lowered himself down into the floor using a cabinet. And that's where he kind of ended up.
Had he hit his head or anything?
Not that I know of.
Okay. What was it? Just the three of you plus Michael at the time? You, the defendant, and Mr. Miller in the house?
Yes.
And what did you do?
She asked us to move him to the couch, so me and Jonathan got him kind of laid back where we could carry him safely, and then we carried him to the couch.
Did you talk to Mr. Cochran?
We was trying to talk to him several times, saying his name, Mike. Can you hear his? There was several times we tried to talk to him, yes.
Did you get a response from Mr. Cochran?
No.
From your assessment of what was going on, did you think just carrying him to the couch was sufficient?
Once we got him to the couch, we felt like he needed checked.
And by that, what do you mean?
He was not responsive. Jonathan actually did a sternum rub on him once we got to the couch, and he kind of responded. He groaned, but he did not. A sternum rub, you're going to come up out of that, and if you're elusive.
Did you ever hear Mr. Cochran on that day, February the 6th, 2019, did he converse at all with anybody in your presence?
No.
Did he arouse at all and seem awake?
No.
How long were you at the Cochran house after you moved, Michael?
Maybe 20 minutes.
Did anybody else appear during that time?
Trooper Hamilton had came probably 5 minutes after we got there. He came through the front door.
Had you already moved Mr. Cochran to the couch from the kitchen by that time?
We had.
If I could have that one back, please.
Objections so far this morning?
Mr. Bowen, was that the end of your communication with the defendant that day?
No. No, we had texted a few times back and forth trying to find out how he was.
And what were the reports in response to your questions?
That he was sleeping it off, or that no change.
And he never woke up while you were there?
No.
State moves states 8 into evidence, please.
What is it?
States 8.
Are you moving for its admission?
We are.
Any objection, Mr. Victor?
No, Your Honor.
States exhibit number 8 will be admitted into evidence.
Forgot about this.
Does that conclude the questioning of this witness on behalf of the state?
I did have one more. Did the defendant tell you her understanding of what Michael Cochran's plans were that day?
No, we was not in any kind of plans for that. for that day.
Not after he was sick. I mean, what was his intention before he collapsed?
They had mentioned that they was going to Virginia.
Do you recall being interviewed by Trooper Bledsoe?
I do.
Do you remember telling him that you thought that she said Mike was going to hang out with you and Jonathan at the hangar?
I do.
Okay. So, was he going to hang out at the hangar with you or go to Virginia?
I don't know.
Okay. That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Bowen, is it true that on February the 6th, early in the morning, you received the message from Michael that he wasn't feeling good and he would not be working on a hangar with you?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
I don't recall. I can't remember.
You and Mr. Miller were actually working on a hangar, right?
We was.
And as you sit here today, you do not remember that message from Mr. Cochran?
I do not.
Okay.
If you have a printout of the messages or something, I might be able to remember the conversation. But as we stand here, no.
You don't recall?
I do not.
You spent some time with Mr. Cochran while working on various projects. Would that be a yes?
It would, yes.
Okay. And do you remember going with Mr. Cochran to Lowe's to purchase some products or something for one of his construction?
Any specific time that he would go with us several times to Lowe's?
Well, let's say about a week prior to February the 6th. Well, let me strike that.
Like I said, there's many times that we've been there.
All right. Do you remember the time when you were in Lowe's and Mr. Cochran was not sure who drove the vehicle to Lowe's?
No, that is not that time.
Okay, what time was that?
You're speaking of a time when we was working on the airplane hangar. We had breakfast that morning.
Okay. What months could that be?
That would have been February.
In February. He was so confused that he didn't even remember driving his own car.
He remembered driving his truck. He just didn't remember where he parked.
I see. He wasn't confused about who drove the truck? No? Okay. He told you on several occasions that he felt sick. How was he sick? What did he tell you?
It was after we got finished working on a house that he had gotten into some black mold. He would just complain about dizziness and stuff.
Did he complain about dizziness and lightheadedness in January of 2019?
I don't recall.
Did he complain about feeling sick in February, at the beginning of February of 2019?
I don't recall February. I would say more in December.
More in December. Well, he told you he had a seizure in, I would imagine, December or January, December of 2018 or January 2019, didn't he?
I don't recall him telling me about seizure. No.
Okay. And he told you at the beginning of February, didn't he, that he felt another one coming? Didn't he?
No.
Now you're denying that?
I have heard some people can tell when the seizure is coming on. Depends on the type
What
of
did he
seizure.
complain of, sir, when he was telling you that he didn't feel good?
He would complain about just not feeling right, just feeling dizzy.
Not feeling right, how?
Felt like he said he felt like he'd been poisoned.
He felt like he was poisoned.
Ooh.
All right.
That was not good for defense.
Did you witness Mr. Cochran's illness in November of 2018?
I was with him in the hospital.
Okay. He lost consciousness, right?
He never lost consciousness. I think they sedated him while he was in the hospital.
He felt lightheaded. Right? He had a seizure, perhaps?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't really know the exact problems that Mr. Cochran had that landed him in a hospital in November of 2018, do you?
No.
Okay. And he complained to you about the same symptoms in December and January, or December 2018 and January 2019, that he had when he went to the hospital in October or November of 2018, didn't he?
I wouldn't say it was the same symptoms, no.
No? Yeah. You went to the Cochran's home on numerous occasions, you testified.
I did.
The bedroom in the Cochran's home was upstairs, correct?
Mm-hmm. All the bedrooms was.
Okay. And the kitchen was downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
And it was not directly, well, and the steps leading to, well, from upstairs to downstairs were not exactly leading straight to the kitchen. The kitchen was still some rooms away from the stairs, right?
Correct.
So if somebody well, let me strike that. Michael was a pretty big guy, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
How much did he weigh, to your estimation?
Probably 200 pounds.
200 pounds. And so if he was injected with some poison in bed upstairs, a singular person such as Natalie Cochran would have to drag him downstairs, all the way to the stairs, then downstairs, and then through the whole house into the kitchen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you consider that possible?
Assuming that's what happened.
Assuming that's what happened. There was nobody else in the house when you arrived, correct?
Correct.
With Mr. Miller, right?
Just me and Mr. Miller, yes.
Right. And so the only person who would have injected him in the bed and
injected in bed
upstairs
thing happen?
and who would drag him downstairs would have been Natalie Cochran, right?
Brian, this is pretty speculative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is. Is that an objection,
Okay.
Mr. Truman?
It is, I'm
All
sorry.
right.
So
I
we're gonna
think I'll
count that
sustain an objection. And Mr. Bowen, if you could say yes or no, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
I'm having a little difficulty understanding your responses.
I apologize, Your Honor.
No problem.
Mr. Bowen, when you were, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Mr. Bowen, when you were in the Cochran's house on February the 6th,
Yes.
did you observe my client, Natalie Cochran, checking Mr. Cochran's blood sugar?
I did.
She did that, didn't she?
How?
Right.
She pricked his finger?
You knew Mr. Cochran as a, well, let's say, bodybuilder, an athlete, right?
He was definitely an athlete, yes.
Yes. He really cared about his
His
physique,
physique.
his health, his body.
Yes.
But he cared about his health in terms of his outward appearance, right?
He liked he liked feeling healthy.
He was what? I'm sorry.
He liked feeling healthy.
Feeling healthy. And would you say that he was very happy when he was physically fit?
I would.
All right. So in pursuit of that fitness, sir, would you agree with me that he was taking a lot of pills that were going to increase his appearance, right?
I don't know about that. I know he took supplements. There's many kinds of supplements.
All kinds of supplements, right?
Yes.
To increase his vitality, to increase his physicality. Right?
Yes.
Well, how many of the, well, do you know what those supplements were?
I do not.
Well, how many of them did he take?
I don't know.
Well, you were in their home frequently. Did you witness Mr. Cochran taking as many as 30 and 35 pills at a time?
I did not.
You did not? What did you witness?
I never witnessed him taking any supplements.
Okay. So how do you know that he was taking supplements? He told you?
He told me.
All right. Did you also know that he was injecting medicine into his body?
I did not.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that?
No.
Right.
He's presented that as if it's fact, and I don't know that it is.
What did Michael
be
Cochran do for a living?
He ran data cable, AV cable. It was his profession.
Okay. Well, did he have two businesses that he ran? TSM, or TSG, whatever.
Yes, TSM. He ran with Natalie.
Did he ever talk to you about the government contracts?
He
What
did.
What did he say he did for those government contracts?
He said he would research the government contracts online and send them to Natalie, and she would work on it and put a bid in.
He would research them, right?
He would find the contract, the specific listings for what they was doing.
Okay. Did you know that he suffered from brain swelling?
I was told, yes.
Who told you that?
Natalie.
Did you? Were you curious after he came out of the hospital in November of 2019 what they told him about his health?
Yeah, I was curious. We was told that it was exposure to black mold.
It was just the exposure to black mold. Nobody mentioned anything about seizures. Nobody mentioned anything about enlarged heart. Nobody mentioned anything about brain swelling.
No.
Nobody. Okay. And who would that be? The doctors?
Natalie's who we got all of our information from.
And Natalie. And did you inquire of Mr. Cochran himself? Buddy, what's wrong with you? What was wrong with you? What did the doctor say?
Guys,
did you ever inquire?
We would ask him how he's feeling today or something like that, but he never told us any kind of diagnosis or anything like that. We never really talked about it. Once we was in the hospitals, when we got the information, we would just see how he's feeling day to day.
Well, he went to the hospital on October 31st and came out of the hospital, right?
Yes.
And he knew you. You guys worked together. You were almost buddies, right?
We was buddies, yes.
We was buddies. All right.
We were.
Didn't you ask him? Well, hey, Bud, what did they say was wrong with you?
No.
No. But then he was in the hospital 2 days later with all these horrible symptoms, and stayed in the hospital this time for 5 days. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. For 5 days. And you were there with him.
I was.
And then he comes out of the hospital, and you do not bother to ask him, buddy, what did the doctor say? What was it?
It was always black mold exposure.
And if I may have a second.
Certainly.
Is that all you got? Move on to the next one.
That's all I have of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Redirect Mr. Truman.
The state has one redirect question. In response to defense counsel's question, you said that the defendant took the vital signs of Mr. Cochran?
That's correct.
That's mischaracterizing my question.
I think it is, perhaps, but you could ask the question straight out, Mr. Truman.
Okay. While you were there, did the defendant take vital signs of Mr. Cochran?
She did.
Now, did you participate in any of that?
I did not.
Did you actually see the raw data?
I did not.
Did she tell you what the results of her taking those vital signs were?
She would say what it was, but I don't remember those numbers.
That's all the questions the state has, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any further questions, Mr. Victor?
Were you there when the physician assistant arrived?
No, I was told to leave while she was on her way.
Okay. So you don't know whether any other person took any vital signs or temperature, vital signs, sugar level of Mr. Cochran?
No, Natalie's the only one I've seen.
All right. That's all. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
We know that the defendant had a working phone because she was able to text you, and you text back, correct?
Correct.
In your presence, did she ever call 911?
No.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did she?
Yogi, welcome. Yogi
Were
Kaz,
you
welcome
and
to the
Jonathan
gallery.
Miller capable of loading Mr. Cochran into a car and taking him to the hospital?
Very much so, yes.
Did she ever suggest you do that?
No, we actually asked her if she wanted us to.
What was her response?
No.
That's all the state has.
Well, then, in that regard,
Did
did you know,
Still
talking
going
to
forever.
Michael, or anybody else for that matter, that Mr. Cochran refused to go to the hospital? And for that matter, that he would say that he will never again go to the hospital after his October and November 2018 experience.
He said he would never go back to Raleigh General Hospital.
Okay.
That
He didn't
backfired.
like the hospital, did he?
Who does?
Who does? So just because he was there at home doesn't necessarily mean that he wanted to be taken to the hospital immediately, does it? Especially that he didn't like going back to the hospital. Fair enough?
I don't know. I wasn't able to ask him.
Right. Okay, that's all.
Anything further?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any reason to hold this witness over?
Not from the state's perspective. No, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowen. You may step down. You are excused, sir. Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
State calls J.C. Stevens.
J.C. Stevens. I will let you know that our amazing Mr. Hamilton from the previous trial has declined the offer for an interview. He's a very private individual, doesn't do social media, doesn't
Are you
like his
asking
picture
for a break,
taken.
or can you do it while we're all here?
Just a couple minutes.
Okay.
So, bummer, huh? But it was worth a try. I've not tried WOMP. Next witness coming up.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tell us your name, please.
My name is Joseph Stevens, and my last name is spelled Stephens.
And are you employed?
Yes, I currently work at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, FBI being the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And do you have a job title?
I do. I'm a chemist, forensic examiner at the lab there in the chemistry unit.
And what's your primary duties as a chemist for the FBI?
My primary duties are to receive evidence from contributors. Those contributors can be state, local, or federal partners. We receive that evidence through our evidence management unit. Then it's passed up to the individual units, such as myself.
All right, to interrupt, but could Mr. Stevens slow down just a little bit? I'm having a little trouble following his testimony.
All right. And perhaps you can scoot up a little bit towards the microphone and slow down just a little bit, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Truman.
Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
So we receive evidence from our evidence management unit. It comes up to our chemistry unit where it's assigned to an examiner, such as myself. I then intake that evidence, check it in, determine what kind of evidence I have, what kind of analyses I need to do. And then I process that evidence and I issue a report.
We're not going to go back.
A forensic report or a laboratory report. And then as needed, I testify to those observations and findings that I made.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
I started working at the FBI in April of 2016, so I've been there for a little more than 8 years.
And you started as a forensic chemist, and that's what you do now?
That is correct.
And, what kind of experience did you have before you went to work for the FBI as a forensic chemist?
Before the FBI, I worked at the United States Secret Service in Washington, D.C. They have a forensic document laboratory. There I performed instrumental analysis on inks, papers, and toners. And I did that for about 10 years. I started there in December of 2005 through April of 2016.
Would you please share with us your educational background?
I earned a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Roanoke College in Virginia. After that, I attended Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. I did not earn a degree from that, but I transferred to the George Washington University, where I earned a Master of Science in Forensic Science in 2007.
Did you receive any specialized training in forensic chemistry?
Yes. So as part of my training at the United States Secret Service, I completed a 2-year training program there. And upon my arrival at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I completed another 2-year training program there as well.
In this particular case, do you have any specialized training that would qualify you to determine an analysis that would result in a finding of insulin?
Yes. So as part of our 2-year training program at the FBI, I conducted practicals, which I work with insulin, putting it on my instrumentation and analyzing it. And then I'm eventually given what's known as a competency test to ensure that I know how to perform the analysis. And I successfully completed that competency test. And then there's also other components of that training, such as oral boards, where a panel of my peers evaluate my knowledge on topics.
Your Honor, at this point, the state, subject to defense inquiry, moves that the witness be treated under 702 as an expert.
Do you wish to engage in voir dire, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the state's request?
No, Your Honor.
This witness will be regarded as an expert in his described field.
Okay. We are going to start timing out people with spoilers. Please don't put spoilers in chat. If it happens after where we are in the trial, we don't want to know about it till we get there. Please.
Yeah, this marked as states 9 and 10, please.
9 and 10.
Thank you.
Let's start with 9. Just glue it on there. Thanks. That is a box and a lid. Approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Stevens, I hand you what's been marked at this point is for identification as States 9, and feel free to open the envelope and review it. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Before we get to that point, how is it that States 9 came into your possession?
This case came in through our Pittsburgh field office, which is the field office responsible for this area. So it came in as a case submission through Pittsburgh.
And what were you asked to examine, not only this, but the rest of the documents, the items we're going to review with you? What were you asked to examine them for?
I was submitted 4 items. One of them was a box, and 3 of them were vials containing unknown substances or unknown liquids. I was asked to analyze the unknown liquids within those vials.
He reminds me of Spock for some reason.
And there's another item in that package, correct?
Yes, there is.
From Star Trek.
Sticker pin. I'll just put it on. Use that package. All right. I'll bring it back to you. If you could put, probably the easiest way to do it. How do you want to handle the bottle? You can put it right on there if you want. Okay. Yeah, that's anywhere. Bottom's fine. That's good.
Nanu. Out of my Vulcan mind. I don't know why. He doesn't look like him at all.
And what's been marked for identification is States 10. You identify that, sir?
The item States Exhibit number 10 is a vial of methylprednisolone acetate that I received in the lab.
Methylprednisolone acetate.
Let's go ahead and get all the exhibits in front of you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that answer in that we have not established what was in the vial. The only thing that can be testified to at this junction is that it is a vial with a label marked methylprednisolone acetate.
Seriously? That's your objection?
I think that's where we are in the process, and hopefully we'll find out more. I'm going to overrule the objection.
He says, seriously? That's your...
Mark is 11,
you're going to go there? We've got the guy to lay all this foundation.
Number 11, Your Honor.
Very well.
Done. Approach the witness, please.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
That's funny.
Handy what's been marked for identification is States 11. Ask you to identify that.
Do you happen to have a pair of scissors? This is still sealed.
This is the one with scissors. Okay. Don't run with those.
Thank you.
Don't run with those. I love this guy's little subtle comments. Can I just say a spoiler about our contest, our button contest? Someone has gotten within three of the right number.
Okay. Can you identify that, sir?
That's impressive.
This is a vial of dried material now that was labeled in the lab as item 2-1, but it states exhibit number 11 that I generated as a result of my analysis.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand any of that. What was that?
Didn't understand any of that.
I thought you didn't want him to answer that.
I don't think we've gotten to that point yet. I'm going to
His
overrule the
identification,
objection.
I could understand what he was classifying that as. I'm just asking him to repeat it a little slower if possible.
So this item was the liquid contents removed by me from States Exhibit number 10.
Thank you.
This is funny. I'm loving these exchanges.
If I could have this marked as States 12, please.
Say my name.
Very well.
I'm counting all the buttons. If it's electrical in nature,
Of course I will.
if it's just mechanical, I don't touch it. We don't do it. But if it has an electrical function, meaning the goat is one button.
Yeah, approach the witness, please.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway, what's been marked for identification is States 12. Ask you to take a look at that.
I can only think of maybe five or six.
This is a bottle of
mechanical
that's
type
labeled
buttons
as
we have here.
clomiphene citrate that I received in the lab.
Put it back in the bag if you want to.
I'm not adding any more. I've already said I'm only counting the buttons. The goat is activated by pressing a button.
Your Honor, if I could have States Exhibit 13 marked here, please.
Okay.
This is number 13, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I have to slurp when people. If I have a close up on somebody drinking, I cannot help it. I make the slurping noise. Who's humming? The prosecutor. Happy to be at work today.
Stephen, to hand you what's been marked for identification is States 13 and ask you to take a look at that, please.
It's a Weather Watch shirt.
You recognize that?
Yes, this is the liquid that I removed from States Exhibit 12.
Okay. Oops. If I could have this 14, please.
Oops.
Number 14, Your Honor.
Very well.
Once again, if I could approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hand you what's been marked for identification is States 14.
If I could have just one of my mods type the Weather Watch commands twice, it will give both answers. And one of them is going to be the link to where I get this shirt from. Thank you, Amber. And Josh.
There's a little sticker. Oh, right there. Okay.
So much ASMR in this trial. We've got mics all over the courtroom. Okay, here's the gear. This is the link where you get the shirt like the one I'm wearing. Mine appears to be brown here, but it's actually green. It's keyed out. It's keyed out.
And you have, I believe, with you number 15. Right, but he's also got 15. You need a separate.
15 needs to be marked. Is that right, Mr. Truman?
It does, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's a nice little shot right there.
Very well.
And Your Honor, I'll hand this to the witness if that's acceptable.
Yes.
Thank you. Hand you what's been marked for identification of States 15. Recognize that?
Yes, that's the liquid contents I removed from States Exhibit 14.
Explain to us the procedure that when you received this, what did you do with these items?
The first thing I did is administrative. It's called a check-in, where I analyzed, where I visually inspect these and see what kind of things I received. So the first thing I noticed was the box, which is States Exhibit 9. The next thing was the first vial that I came across, States Exhibit 10. And the contents of that, which have been labeled as States Exhibit 11. I got another vial, States Exhibit 12. The contents of that vial, States Exhibit 13. And a third vial, and its liquid contents. So I had 3 vials, and then of those 3 liquids that were generated. And I just took inventory of what I had, what the bottles were labeled as, what markings they might have had on them, what lot information they had. If they had a manufacturer, what was that manufacturer? So that visual examination was first.
I think I failed to ask you to identify 14.
State's Exhibit 14 is a vial that's labeled as Humalog Insulin List Pro. 10 milliliters, 100 units per milliliter.
In summary fashion, tell us what you did to perform your analysis.
So each of these items goes through a standard operating procedure or a technical procedure where we analyze them. We use scientific instruments to analyze them. We compare them to references where practical, and then we determine the results of those analyses.
Take a look at 10, please. What was your analysis of that?
So for State's Exhibit 10, I determined that State's Exhibit 10, the vial labeled methylprednisolone acetate, and the liquid that came out of it, State's Exhibit 11, is the one I actually tested.
Explain that to us, please.
So State's Exhibit 10 is the physical vial. State's Exhibit 11 was the liquid recovered from that vial, the liquid that came out of this vial. So my analysis was on the liquid.
Okay. Now, the State's 11, that was lab material. You have a inventory of bottles that you use for your analysis. Is that what that is?
We have libraries and reference materials that we use, yes.
Okay, but the actual container itself, I mean, did that come with the information that came to you, or was that just some kind of testing process that you used?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, as I understood what your testimony was, you analyzed the contents of number 10 by putting it into 11.
I didn't analyze the contents of 10, the vial. I transferred those contents to State's Exhibit 11.
That's okay.
And then I analyzed State's Exhibit 11.
We're on the same page now, I think. Go ahead and explain what you did.
So visual examination on 10, what were the labels and markings on the bottle, then chemical analysis on the liquid that was within this bottle.
And again, in summary fashion, what did you do to analyze State's 11?
State's Exhibit 11 was subjected to 3 different other kinds of testing. They're all scientific instrumentation. One of them is known as Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. The next one, gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. And the final one, we call DART-TOF-MS, which stands for Direct Analysis in Real Time, Time of Flight Mass Spectrometry. All of these are very expensive, complicated instruments. Their primary goal is to determine the chemical composition of the materials within a liquid or a solid.
What's the number of that one? What's the number of that one?
Oh. 10, 11, 12.
Okay. Go ahead and talk about 12.
Yes.
Please. What was number 12?
12 was a vial labeled enclomiphene citrate, 30 milliliters, and on that vial it says for research purposes only, not for human consumption. And that was the vial. This vial generated State's Exhibit 13, which is the liquid that came out of that vial.
And so you actually performed your examination on State's 13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And tell us again in summary fashion, what did you do with State's 13?
State's Exhibit 13 was subjected to the same analytical scheme as State's Exhibit 11. Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, or FTIR, gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, GCMS, and DART-TOF-MS, direct analysis in real time, time of flight, mass spectrometry.
And
lots of big words.
14? And 14, what did you do with State's 14 when you received it?
So visually examined it, determined that it was labeled Insulin List Pro and Humalog, and then separated the contents into a new vial, State's Exhibit 15, the liquid, and analyzed the liquid.
And that's the analysis you conducted on State's 15?
That is correct.
Was your analysis such that you could conclude what was contained in those bottles that you received?
Yes.
And what conclusions did you reach?
For the vial that was labeled methylprednisolone acetate and the liquid that was tested, State's Exhibit 11, is my determination that that State's Exhibit 11 was consistent with containing methylprednisolone acetate. In other words, the chemical that is on the vial, it was consistent with containing the chemical labeled on the vial.
And I forgot the number, but the next one you analyzed.
State's Exhibit 12, the bottle labeled enclomiphene citrate, was my conclusion that the liquid that came out of that, State's Exhibit 13, was consistent with containing glycerol and letrozole. I'll remind you that the bottle was labeled enclomiphene citrate, so it was not what was labeled on the bottle.
The stuff, according to the label, was not the stuff you found.
That is correct.
And last, the next exhibit.
This was State's Exhibit 14, the vial labeled Humalog Insulin List Pro. Is my conclusion that is consistent with containing human insulin or Humalog.
From the information provided, you took a number of photographs of the items that you've been reviewing with the jury today, correct?
Yes.
Can I have that mark, please?
State Exhibit number 16, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oops, excuse me. Ran out of arm.
Interesting ties on the defense team. I'm liking the
Stephen,
fashion.
State's Exhibit 16 for identification. You took that photograph?
Yes, I did.
What are we looking at? Oh, thank you.
These are photographs that I took of the State's Exhibit 9 as received in the laboratory.
And that's the box?
That is correct.
And what's that?
That is another picture of State's Exhibit 9.
You also took that photograph?
I did.
And what is that depicting?
This is State's Exhibit 10 as received, which at the time contained State's Exhibit 11, the liquid.
The next photograph you took, what's the significance of the plastic cover?
This plastic cover is used as a tamper-evident control so that when the septum that would be expected to be underneath there, and in this case there's a septum, a rubber material that's in the center, couldn't be inadvertently punctured.
Had there been any tampering of the exhibit by the time that you received it?
When I visually inspected it and tried to remove that, the force that I was using, which I described as a moderate force, was insufficient to remove that, implying to me that it was probably intact.
And the next photograph?
These are pictures that I took of State's Exhibit 12 with the liquid being inside State's Exhibit 13.
And the next one?
These are pictures I took of State's Exhibit 14 with the liquid being inside State's Exhibit 15.
The last photograph?
These are close-ups of State's Exhibit 14, the vial.
At the conclusion of your study of all of these exhibits, did you write a report of your findings?
I did.
If I could have this last exhibit marked, please.
State's Exhibit number 17, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'll give you that one. And I'll trade you that one. Thank you. And what's been marked for identification as State 17? You recognize that?
I do. This is the report I issued dated July 20th, 2021.
And could you share with us your conclusions that you embodied in that report, please?
So the conclusions that are embodied in this report are that State's Exhibit 11, the liquid from the methylprednisolone labeled bottle, were consistent with containing methylprednisolone acetate, which is the chemical that was labeled on the bottle, State's Exhibit 10. State's Exhibit 12, the liquid that came out of there, State's Exhibit 13, is consistent with containing letrozole and glycerol. Those are not the chemicals labeled on the bottle. The bottle is labeled as enclomiphene citrate. And State's Exhibit 14, the bottle labeled Humalog Insulin List Pro, and the contents, State's Exhibit 15. State's Exhibit 15, the liquid, is consistent with containing human insulin / Humalog.
Stevens, was your report that you have in front of you and you've just reviewed with us, was that the only report you wrote in this case?
It was.
Has anything been brought to your attention since you conducted your study and wrote your report that would cause you to change your mind?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves 9 through 17 into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state's exhibits 9 through 17 are admitted into evidence.
Stevens, focusing on the insulin, is there a way to determine the difference between insulin and insulin? I'm not sure how. Lispro? Is that how it's pronounced?
There is human insulin, which is generated in the human body, and then there's human insulin. Excuse me. There's human insulin, and there's insulin Lispro. Lispro is what we call an isomer, the same chemical formula manufactured in a lab with a subtle difference, a change in order of the blocks that build it. So there is differences in the chemical structure, but our techniques will not tell them apart. So that's why the report says it's consistent with containing human insulin / Humalog. Humalog is the brand name for for insulin Lispro.
What's the intention or what's the use of insulin that you found in your lab?
Insulin is used to regulate blood sugar.
Could I have just a moment, please?
Yes, you may.
Important stuff. Not the most gripping testimony, but some of you have a lot of familiarity in this region. Understand exactly what he's talking about.
You didn't make any opinion or suggest any conclusion as to the contents in terms of volume of any of those vials, did you?
I did not.
Why not?
Our technical procedures don't have that as part of our routine analysis, and reporting measurements of significance, such as the volume of a vial, is not something our lab does.
Seriously, they can't
It's all
measure
questions the state has,
amounts.
Thank you.
All right. Let's take our mid-morning break at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for about 10 minutes. Enjoy the delicious donuts that we have placed in your jury room. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else.
More delicious
You may
donuts.
go with the bailiff to your jury room now.
I'm sure there's a juror who's like, look, I'm diabetic. You don't quit giving me donuts. I can't do this. All right, we're going to fast forward through the break. This is going to be a short morning. We're actually already halfway through this day. Let's see. Here's the break. It surprised me that the FBI can't measure how much there was. I was curious. I was wanting to know how much insulin was missing from the vial, assuming it was a full vial to start. I mean, if that is an assumption, how much is there now? Where do we end up? But I guess we will never know. How come they can't measure? The FBI can't measure. It's like they've got a gas spectrometer, but we don't have a measuring cup. Who does that? All right. Judge's brother runs the donut shop. I'm sure there's some connection there. He gets kickbacks or something. A little kickback per box, maybe. A free donut for him. They've got insulin on hand for the diabetics, and plenty of people who can administer it as well. I mean, if needed, the defendant herself can. I'm not sure if you'd want her to, but it's options. You've got your options. Bless you. Did we seriously unmuted for somebody to blow their nose? What was that? Denise, we're not going to stream BK directly. Here's the problem. The judge himself has said it's going to be on and off and on and off. So it might be difficult. And the way he starts and stops his live stream, you have to reconnect and reset up every time. He just kills
Are
it.
there any matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury at this time, Mr. Truman? Anything, Mr. Selden? Very well. Bring in the jury, please.
Please. Well, actually, I might be able to do it over on Top Mark Media. Hang on, Denise. Let me think. I have 2 computers. They even have 2 encoders. Let me run in the background of the desk and see what connection they need to connect to make that happen. Hang on one second.
We continue with cross-examination of the witness, please. Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stevens, my name is Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for the defense for Natalie Cochran. Good morning. I would like to ask you, you have testified in other trials before, have you not?
I have.
And in all of those trials, you testified for the prosecution or the state, isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And in this case, you were asked by the prosecution and the state to testify more or less on their behalf as to the substances submitted for your analysis, isn't that correct?
I was asked to testify to the report I'd previously issued. So yes, that happened to be for the state in this case.
Right. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your education and training, not so much to qualify you as an expert, which has already been done, but just general knowledge. Okay?
Sure.
Yeah. In the course of your education, did you have any courses in toxicology?
Yes, I did. I had one course in graduate school.
Okay. And toxicology is the study of toxins or poisons in the body. Would that be a fair summary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have courses in biochemistry and organic chemistry?
Yes, in undergrad, I had courses in both.
Okay. And would you tell briefly what biochemistry is?
Biochemistry, as I learned it in undergrad, is the interaction of human biology with chemistry. So materials that go into and out of your body.
Right. So you have some knowledge of how chemicals introduced in the body react in the body. Would that be a fair statement?
No, that's actually outside the scope of my expertise at the FBI.
But you have some knowledge through research, especially in the case of Humalog, correct?
As part of the training, yes, I have some foundational understanding of what insulin is, but not how it interacts with the body.
Okay. Were you aware or were you informed that the substances provided to you for analysis, especially the Humalog and the methylprednisolone, were recovered from the home of Natalie Cochran, which was 433 4H Lake Road?
Yes, that probably would have been on the incoming description of evidence provided.
Okay. And were you aware or were you told that those items were recovered pursuant to a search of 433 4H Lake Road by police officers and other investigating officers?
I don't recall, no, I don't recall being told that. I mean, obviously they were obtained and I was provided information from where they were obtained, but not how they were obtained.
Okay. But they were obtained by the state and then subsequently provided to you, correct?
I assume so, yes.
I submit to you that Michael Cochran died around February 11th of 2019. These substances were not provided to you until June of 2021. Isn't that correct?
They were recovered in the field office sooner than that, but they arrived in my unit in, I believe it was May of 2021.
Okay.
And I started the analysis in June of 2021.
So over 2 years subsequent to the death of Michael Cochran. Wouldn't that be a fair statement? If he passed away in February of 2019.
Correct.
I submit to you that these substances were collected approximately 4 months to 5 months after the death of Michael Cochran in February of 2019. Do you know what was done with these, where they were, how they were stored prior to you receiving them approximately 2 years later?
No, I do not.
Now, I would like to discuss states 10 and 11. And 10 was a vial marked methylprednisolone acetate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And your report states, and it's also confirmed, that that particular item was found in a cabinet in the corner of the home of the Cochrans.
He's already indicated he doesn't know any of this stuff.
I think that's correct. The court will sustain the objection.
But this was recovered at 433 4H Lake Road.
Sustained, please, Mr. Selden.
Okay.
Got an objection there, even though we tried to push through it.
Methylprednisolone acetate is a synthetic corticosteroid, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
A form of steroids in general, right?
The use that I researched and came across was an anti-inflammatory,
right?
Not a corticosteroid, an anabolic steroid for growing muscle tissue.
And that leads me to my next question, which is methylprednisolone acetate suppresses inflammation, right?
Correct.
Now, I submit to you that if Natalie Cochran had inflammation of the lungs, would it be a proper use of methylprednisolone acetate to aid in suppressing that inflammation of the lungs?
That is a question that would be answered by a doctor that's outside of my area of expertise.
Well, methylprednisolone acetate suppresses inflammation, right?
Objection. The witness has indicated it's beyond his area of expertise. It's beyond his area of expertise.
I think that says it all. The court is constrained to sustain the objection.
Okay. Can steroids increase blood sugar?
Again, that's not an area I'm an expert in. The interaction of steroids with the human body would be an endocrinologist or potentially a toxicologist or an MD, a doctor.
He's trying hard, but he's not getting there.
Do you know if an overdose of methylprednisolone acetate is life-threatening or not?
I do not know.
Okay. I'd like to move on to states 12 and 13. That was identified as a vial marked enclophamine citrate. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that particular substance, according to your report, came from 211 Old Grandview Road, which was not the Cochran residence. Isn't it correct as to where it was recovered from?
Your Honor, may I refer to the report?
Certainly.
So that is not listed in the report. Excuse me, yes it is. States Exhibit 12 was recovered from 211 Old Grandview.
Thank you. Which, of course, is not the same as 433 4H Lake Road, right?
Correct.
Now, your extensive analysis showed that it didn't contain enclophamine citrate. It contained glycerol and letrozole, correct?
Correct.
So it was mismarked, misidentified, right?
The label on States Exhibit 12 did not match the contents of the liquid States Exhibit 13. That's correct.
Fine.
He's very precise in his answers. Probably a good fit in his job.
If I submit to you that withdraw that, I'm not going to ask that question. I'd like to move on to states 14 and 15. That was marked as Humalog Insulin Liz Pro. Is that correct?
Yes, States Exhibit, the vial, States Exhibit 14 was marked that.
And you testified that you have specialized knowledge, research, etc., into Humalog insulin and its effects and your research. Is that correct?
I believe I testified that I have the expertise to analyze those and determine whether or not something contains that or is consistent with containing those materials, not their effects on the human body.
Insulin, in general, well, there are different classifications of insulin. There's insulin produced by the pancreas of the body, which is produced internally by the body, correct?
Correct.
Then you have insulin, which is manufactured. You have Humalog, Liz Pro, and you have a couple of other brands of insulin. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You have essentially two different kinds of synthetic insulin. You have fast-acting insulin, which Humalog Liz Pro is a member of, and you have the slower, longer-acting types of insulin, correct?
Correct.
Humalog Liz Pro insulin is termed fast-acting because its effects take approximately 15 minutes to work, correct?
My research said 15 to 30 minutes, but yes, it's fast acting in that it is ready, available insulin. Yes.
And its workings or effect is to essentially reduce blood sugar, right?
The marketed purpose of insulin is to regulate blood sugar. Its effects in the body on any given injection would be something best answered by an endocrinologist or a doctor.
But you said you have specialized knowledge of insulin, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That's his gotcha face right there. But you said.
Now, insulin, from your understanding of it, doesn't just wham, it takes effect and that's it. Humalog Lispro insulin works over 3 to 4 hours. Isn't that right?
Again, that's a question best answered by an endocrinologist or doctor. My expertise is in the analysis of the chemistry of insulin, not its interactions in the human body.
Okay.
But there were various research articles attached to the reports, which included research into insulin, its effects, etc. Weren't you familiar with those?
Yes, there are references attached to my report that talk generically. I don't believe there were actual studies. There are lists, there are references to some studies, but those are not studies that I understood as interacting in the human body.
Well, why did you research them then? Why did you refer to them, and why did you say you were familiar with them?
If I'm understanding correctly, there's two sources of information that came out of the references that I provided. One was drugs.com, which is a site that we use for generic uses of drugs, and the other one was the Merck Index. And the Merck Index was provided for some of these to show generically what these are used for, and those references may be included in those studies in this pronouns.
Okay. And the Merck Index and those studies tell you how they work in the body, right? How their chemicals work, right?
The references that are included may provide that information, but those are not studies that they're within my scope of expertise.
Permission to mark this exhibit for identification purposes?
All right, if you'll hand it to the clerk, please.
We're getting set up to live stream the Brian Koberger hearing on my Top Mark Media channel.
This will be dependent.
It'll just be a clean feed. It says chat is disabled for the live stream, but it's not.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Permission to question the witness from here.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Now, Mr. Stevens, would you look at those collection of photographs?
Sure.
How many photographs are there?
There are 4 photographs of what appear to be a vial in different positions.
Okay. I'm going to go through them one by one, if that's all right. Sure. The top one, would it be a fair representation to say this is a photograph of Humalog Insulin Lispro vial? It's marked U100. Bottom it says Lily, and it has a fairly clear liquid that appears to be full to the top. Would that be correct?
This is a picture of a Humalog insulin bottle, Insulin Lispro, marked Lily. It's hard to tell from the image. That's the collar of the vial, so it does look like there's a liquid there, but it could be a bubble as well. This material tends to bubble up. So without having seen this, I don't know. I didn't take this picture.
Well, I would submit to you that this photograph was taken by Lieutenant Bledsoe and another officer at the location of 433 4H Lake Road, and it was placed on a counter and photographed. Okay? Does this look like the same vial that was submitted to you for analysis?
The front of this has the same markings. I would want to check with State's Exhibit 14 to make sure they have the same serials. And it's not possible to tell different lots. If they're the same lot of vials, it wouldn't be possible to to determine if this vial and this vial were actually the same.
Okay.
From pictures alone.
The second photograph is a side view of what appears to be the same vial. Isn't that correct?
Yes, this is a picture of another vial, or the same vial, if that's what you're telling me.
Okay. And again, as far as what it shows, is it appears to be filled to the top, or, as you said, possibly a bubble, correct?
From the picture alone, I can't determine where the liquid is. There's a label that covers the vast majority of the bottle, and then at the very top, around where the collar of the vial is, there's a circle, and that could be liquid or it could be a bubble.
Okay. You know, I'd like to put these on the viewer so the jury can see as well.
Go ahead. Hey, Denise, what's the plan for the BK trial today? What's the details they're going over? I know they had a suppression hearing. Is that all they're doing?
Now, Mr. Stevens, if you look at this viewer, and I don't know if you can see it or not.
Okay.
This is the first photograph I showed you, which was identified as Humalog Insulin Lis Pro. Is that right?
Correct.
Seems pretty well labeled.
And as you can see from this photograph, it appears as if the fluid comes all the way up to here on the bottom. Would that not be a fair and accurate representation?
Your Honor, the state objects. This is way outside of this witness's expertise. The picture is what the picture is, but it has nothing to do with forensic chemistry.
Your Honor, it does in the sense that we are documenting what he received, what condition it was in, and how it was analyzed.
I'm not sure the witness can answer, but I'll give the defense some latitude. If you can answer, Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
So as I previously testified to, it does look like there is some material up there at the top, much like you see now with State's Exhibit 15, there are bubbles. And so from this picture alone, I can't ascertain whether that's liquid or a bubble or just the collar of the vial. So I can't answer the question accurately from this picture alone.
This second photograph is, or appears to be, the same vial from the side view. Would that be fair?
No, I refer to State's Exhibit 14.
Sure.
Checks on the marking. Yes, this has the same markings as State's Exhibit 14.
Right, it has the numbers on the side, which are identical to the State's exhibit.
Correct.
Would you look at this photograph? Does this appear to be the same vial with the same contents viewed from the other side? And I call attention to these markings on the side, WG4171AMX. Is that the same vial as the State's?
This picture has the same markings as the vial from the State. I don't know if it's the same vial. It's the same markings.
Appears to be the same.
It has the same markings.
Yeah. I submit to you that, as I said, this vial was recovered and photographed by Lieutenant Bledsoe, who also stated in his report when he submitted these vials for analysis that this particular vial appeared to be full and unopened. Can you comment on that?
This is the first time I've heard that information. So I have no opinion, and it doesn't change my conclusion that item 15 is consistent with containing insulin, human insulin / Lis Pro.
And just for clarification, this last photograph, which was in this batch, again was photographed by Lieutenant Bledsoe as he found it allegedly in Natalie Cochran's refrigerator at 433 4H Lake Road. Does that information give you any other information or impact your analysis?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you. Move for admission, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
None.
Very well. What exhibits again are presented, Madam Clerk?
These 4 photos, number 9.
Collectively marked as number 9, they will be admitted.
Sorry, I'm a bit distracted. I'm listening. I'm just getting everything set up with Top Mark. I'll give you the link to Top Mark in just a minute when I'm ready to go live. It's still about
Now, I know you're not an endocrinologist,
40 minutes away.
but in order for synthetic insulin to be used, it has to either be injected directly with a hypodermic needle, or it has to be put into a pump worn by an individual for its use in the body. Isn't that correct?
I'm not familiar with the methods of application, if you will, the routes of entry that the drug would, but those sound like things that I've heard in general media. In other words, I don't know how the drug is best administered into the body.
In the reports provided, Humalog Lispro, once the top is punctured, has to be used within 28 days or its potency disappears. As a chemist, isn't that correct?
No.
Yes or no?
No, they can't be correct. In our case, we use standards for a period of time. So when we puncture them and we use them, we can still use them up until they no longer meet our quality criteria. From a medical perspective, that may be the case. But from an analytical chemistry, can we detect this? The answer is we can detect after something has been punctured more than 28 days.
You can't determine the potency of the drug as far as a time period. You didn't do any tests for the potency of the drug.
Correct. We do not test for concentration or potency as part of our routine analysis. So no, we did not test the potency of the drug.
But there were reports attached to your report and other reports from the FBI that once the top of Humalog insulin vial is punctured, the contents degrade over a period of time as far as usefulness in the body. Isn't that correct?
When I tested the sample that was submitted, States Exhibit 15, I compared it to fresh insulin obtained from a pharmacy, and they compared favorably. In other words, the ratios that we look at and the retention times that we look at were all consistent, and hence the conclusion. Item 5 States Exhibit 15 is consistent with containing human insulin / Humalog at the time I analyzed it.
Okay. Now that brings up another point. To analyze the contents of this vial, marked Humalog, and give me just a moment. You or someone in your lab went out and got a new bottle of Humalog from Dan's Wellness Pharmacy for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And you did various tests on that bottle and compared it to the bottle that was submitted to you, all kinds of tests, and you found it was consistent with Humalog Lispro insulin, correct?
The report wording is consistent with consistent with human insulin / Humalog. Yes.
Consistent with means it is not identical, but it is of the same family. It appears to be the same type of drug, right?
Consistent with is the predefined highest level of association that we have in that standard operating procedure. So there is no identification of insulin in our lab. It's not a possibility.
Now, synthetic insulin is produced by the companies in batches. What I mean is the sum total of all synthetic insulin isn't produced by the manufacturer at the same time. It's done in batches of insulin. Isn't that correct?
Yes, insulin would be manufactured in lots or batches, yes.
Now, it has been put forth or alleged that a vial of Humalog Lispro insulin was provided to Natalie Cochran on or about February 6th of 2019. There is no possible way to say that particular vial is the particular vial that was analyzed by you. Isn't that correct?
I want to make sure I understand your question. You're asking, is the item submitted to me the vial that was collected, or are you asking if I can tie the vial that I tested to the one you described?
I'll ask it a little clearer. And I want to make sure I don't misstate anything. There have been some suggestions, implications that a vial of Humalog Lispro insulin might have been used by Natalie Cochran to inject her husband, and that vial may have been provided by the Davises, who had a son with diabetes. You don't have any way of determining if that was true, that vial was the vial you were provided in 21, which was recovered 4 or 5 months after the death of Michael Cochran.
My analysis would not link insulin to any incident. It only tests the contents of the vial. In other words, I don't know that any alleged activities happened out of this vial.
Okay.
We're at 1.25 speed, which still makes the
Why didn't you measure the volume
slow
of the vial?
At the time it was submitted, it was not in question, and that's not part of our technical operating procedure. That's not a requirement. That's not something that we were asked to do at the time, and it's not something that we actually have a procedure to do.
Why not? Wouldn't that be the first thing you would want to know to determine if any of the fluid was taken out?
Your Honor, this is beyond the witness's scope. He says this is our procedure. He followed the procedure. The defense hypothetical as to why it is irrelevant.
I think we're getting far afield. The court is going to sustain the objection.
You don't know if any fluid was taken out of this vial or not.
That is correct.
That's important for the defense. If that bottle was
now
full,
it's been set forth that there was a puncture in the top of this vial. Is that correct?
That's outside my scope of expertise. There's a different examiner that examined that.
But you examined the bottle when it came in, did you not?
I did visually examine the bottle, but it's outside my area of expertise to determine if any markings on there are a result of a tool, like a needle or a syringe.
I didn't ask you about markings. I actually asked you about it has like a rubber top. In order to use it, someone has to use a needle to put it in to withdraw the substance. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the primary way that a user at home would use insulin.
And if there was a puncture in the top of that rubber seal, did you observe that when you looked at the bottle? I'm not talking about markings. I'm talking about a puncture in the top.
I captured images, States Exhibit 16, that include an image of the top of that, but I do not have an opinion on whether or not that's a puncture.
Okay.
For those that use insulin bottles with that rubber,
there were no fingerprints on the bottle.
Extract
Is that
through.
correct?
Can you tell if there's been a needle poke, or does it sort of self-seal?
Well, who examines the bottle when it comes in to determine if they're fingerprints or not?
In this case, I believe it went to our latent prints operating unit, which they would be the ones that would issue reports on that.
Okay. Did you review any of those reports or look at any of them?
I do not.
The vast majority of the objections have been from the defense, and most of them have been overruled.
Now, I know it's not your area of expertise, but if the top was punctured, there would be no way to determine when that occurred.
Objection. Sustained.
Okay.
Prosecution has won most of their objections, so I think their batting average is better, but the defense may have won numerically more objections just because they make more of them.
A moment, Your Honor. I'd like to look over my notes.
All right.
I like to imagine that he's wearing a tie that looks like a trout, and the knot is the tail. I know it's not, but I've seen those ties. You've seen the fish ties, right? I think he would wear one of those to court.
If the contents of the vial submitted to you and were tested and they were the same or consistent with a brand new bottle of Humalog insulin, which you did, you compared it. How could if the bottle were punctured 2 years earlier, how would the contents compare? Would not the contents of the vial you were given be different as far as degrading?
We didn't conduct concentration studies. We didn't conduct potency studies. These are, again, outside the scope of our technical expertise. Or our technical procedures, sorry.
We have the expertise, but we weren't asked to do it. Got to realize that, especially in this area of questioning, the defendant has a lot of expertise. She is a pharmacist. She understands how drugs may break down over time.
I believe that concludes my cross-examination, Your Honor.
Very well. Redirect Mr. Truman.
Her writing
no
notes.
additional questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any reason to hold this gentleman further?
None.
Anything further from Mr. Stevens? Mr. Selden?
I don't believe so. I believe he can be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Come up, please.
Okay, I've got to do a quick test of audio over on the Top Mark video channel. So let's see here. Let's. I have a scam call. I need to plug in really quickly. Hang on. Hello?
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 Hi, good morning. My name is Eleanor. I am calling to help you.
All right, members of the jury, you may be delighted or you may be sad, but we've gone as far as we can go today. Today is Friday, so you'll have a very nice weekend. If you come to court on Tuesday, you'll be surprised because Tuesday is a holiday. It's Martin Luther King Day, and we will be closed. So we have a 3-day weekend. I don't like holidays during a trial because it gives my juries an extra day to get into trouble. And I don't want you all to get into trouble. We've already got too much time and effort invested in this matter to have difficulties. You will hear, if you're not careful, people talking about this case. There's much to do online. As I've explained to you, we have a media source that is streaming this live, and not only do they do that, they rebroadcast it in the evenings. You all see it firsthand. There's no need for you to see a rebroadcast when you get home because you have the best seats in the house. Please do not watch any of the broadcasts or hear any of the commentaries that people offer. You folks are in the catbird's seats. You folks will be asked to decide this case, and I don't want you to be influenced one way or another by someone else's opinion. It is your decision that will count. So guard against reports popping up on TV at news time. Please do not read the newspaper. Please do not try to conduct any research online, and please guard against reading any reports or viewing any video online. I want you to keep an open mind, as I have said. We will start up again on Tuesday morning, promptly at 9 o'clock, and we will have a whole slate of witnesses for you at that time. We've simply had a little bit of scheduling difficulty today, and that is the reason why we are quitting early today. But we will be ready for you folks Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. Again, do not talk among yourselves or with anyone else about this case. Have a wonderful weekend, and put this out of your mind over the weekend, and be with your families and your friends, and rest up so that Tuesday you can come back refreshed and be ready to delve back into this trial.
Yes, pay no attention to the elephant in the room.
With that admonition, you may follow the bailiff to your jury room, and I will see you Tuesday morning.
All right, we're gonna fade away from that, and we're going to fast forward because we can to our next day of trial. Our next day of trial. All right, we are set up over on the Top Rank Media channel for the live stream for Brian Kohberger. It's going to begin in about, I don't know, it looks like 24 minutes or something. At the top of the hour, we'll be bringing that to you as it happens live over there, without any commentary, without my picture. It'll just be a clean feed. So if you want that, I'll make sure that happens. But in the meantime and between times, we're going back to court for what, day 4? Is that, man? Let's see where we are. Jump back. I'm getting lost on where we are, but we're just going to continue as we were. There we go. All right.
Good morning. We continue in the trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Page Cochran. This is case number 23-343-K. All right. Do we have anything to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury, Mr. Truman?
Your Honor, the only issue that we have is a technical one, and when we try to full-size the screen, the picture just kind of falls apart. So
resolution.
We were going to try and substitute a cable to see if that was a problem, but at the moment that's the only problem. So
okay.
You don't have a cable.
So we're dealing with a picture that's that small.
Yeah, I'm afraid that we could blow it up, but if I can figure this out. And it will be on that screen, which is bigger, but unfortunately that's not real
Jurors
convenient
won't be able to see that screen, however.
They're enlarging a thumbnail from like a zoom.
How do you make this bigger, Ashley? Until we're admitted. Okay.
How do I make it bigger?
And once it comes up, we can try again. And if worst case scenario, we'll test the jury's vision.
Okay. Their eyesight.
Yes.
All right. Well, we can just do the best we can.
That's all we can do.
And then do we have your expert witness squared away, Mr. Selden?
Honestly, Your Honor, I'm not sure. I gave when I talked to your secretary, I was under the impression that my witness would be called on the telephone so she could monitor the expert testimony. Your secretary said, for whatever reasons, that wasn't possible. There were other people on the line, whatever. She said that she would send a Teams link by email to Dr. Banerjee, and she would be admitted that way so she could monitor expert testimony. I don't know if that has been accomplished yet or not.
All right. Have you been in touch with Dr. Banerjee?
I informed her of what the process would be. She is standing by on her computer waiting for the email team's link.
I have all the cables.
Okay, well, let's keep our fingers crossed, and hopefully we can accomplish.
Just tell me which one you want. We can do colored cables. We can do black cables.
It's all going to go perfectly.
Fancy cables.
Anything further from the defense before we get started?
These are the ones I'm not using currently to set up.
Bring out the jury, please, bailiff.
Bring out the jury, please, bailiff. That sounds like a "Hang Down Your Head, Tom Dooley." That song, you know, from the, was that Smothers Brothers? That's an old one. Those are my unused cables. I do have like I think I've got 70, probably, I haven't counted since I added all those. I probably got almost 90 cables connected to the devices.
Yes, once we get started, and we'll go slowly so that we can figure things out.
Thank you.
So I am a little distracted. We are running 2 live streams simultaneously because I do have. We'll keep the audio on, but I'll show you. I've got 2 of these switchers, right? And one of them I've got running using one of the good ports, running the Brian Koberger, pushing that straight to YouTube, and this one's pushing our.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
This channel.
I'm glad to see smiling faces instead of scowling faces. You guys are the greatest. Thank you so much for coming in on this rather terrible weather day. It was 3 degrees at my house this morning, and it felt like 1. So thank you for coming in,
2 degrees.
being prompt, and doing your civic
wish it were
duty.
2 degrees warmer.
I hope you had a good long weekend and rested well, and you are ready to continue with the trial. We have some what we call Teams links. We have video presentations this morning of expert witnesses. We've had already a few technological difficulties.
Need to go off screen
so
for
I
just a
just
second.
ask for your
You'll
patience.
keep the audio going.
Hopefully you'll be able to bear with us. All right, we are still on the state's case in chief, of course. And Mr. Truman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Diane Creger.
If needed, I can bring in the feed from Brian Koberger. We have that right here, so you'll be able to see what's happening. But
is that you, Dr. Creger?
Here we go. Is that you? No, it's still ringing. She can't have answered yet.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Uh-oh. Now, Mr. Selden, would you call your witness to make sure that she can hear?
You wish to step out?
Are we playing the telephone game?
Might be better. I will
Okay.
return in a moment.
If you'll bear with us for a minute, Dr. Creger.
Certainly.
Members of the jury, we have had some difficulty blowing up the video screen. It's kind of small, but I think you can still see the witness, and we may just have to go along with what we have.
Speaker, mic,
Put some limiters on there so we won't get those
She
door
was
sounds
unable
quite so
to
loudly.
contact the link.
Your Honor, she did hook up with Teams initially. She
better than
had
with Tinder.
audio, and then it disappeared. So she can see what's going on, but she can't hear, which is the most important thing.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Creger.
I can unmute myself. I muted myself, that section of the attorney. If you prefer me to stay unmuted, that's fine, and I can hang up on the telephone, whatever you prefer.
I think we need the telephone because we have problems with the audio.
She's calling now, Your Honor.
Okay, so, yeah.
She had our expert can hear. She can hear when she is unmuted.
Okay. So if you'll stay unmuted, Dr. Creger, we'll be good as gold.
Maybe.
Nice. Is this working for you?
It's working great.
Great.
All right, if you'd please stand, Dr. Creger, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state and spell your name, please?
Diane Creger, Diane
Thank you. Doctor, are you currently employed?
I am.
And what is your occupation?
I am a physician and endocrinologist with Endocrinology Associates in Miami, Florida, and I am an associate professor of medicine and head of endocrinology at the Florida International University College of Medicine.
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt, but our expert cannot hear her at all now. I don't know what's going on.
All right.
Okay. Let me do something.
What are you going to do? No, don't just be fixing things on your
Can you
end.
hear me through the telephone?
Can you hear the telephone?
Can you hear me through the telephone?
We're checking.
How about you do video through Teams,
I was muted,
and then do a
unmuted
three-way
because that would
call
help you.
through the
And
phone.
now I need to figure out how to mute again.
Okay, try.
Okay. Now our expert can hear her now.
Okay. We should be good now. But we can't hear Dr. Creger.
The goat is electrical. It does have a battery in it. That's electricity.
Aren't we all glad we live in this modern
It's this magical Chinese technology that's making everything possible.
We can't hear you at all, Dr. Creger.
No. Quit muting. Don't touch anything on your end. Somebody's soul
Judge,
just
the way
left
we did
their
it last
body.
week was we muted the Teams microphones and broadcast through the telephone.
Yes, that's what we're trying to do now.
There's an echo.
Dr. Creger is on her phone.
She's halfway through her testimony. She's on page 3 of her CV right now. We can't hear a thing.
She's making hand signals.
We are
Can you
blowing
hear
fast
me, Dr.
right now.
Creger? Okay. That's a start.
Did you just show somebody's phone number? She holds up her phone with the court number on it. Probably the attorney's phone number. All the court personnel are buzzing, trying to make this happen. Mrs. Krieger's testimony will be in the form of charades. First word, sounds like. Well, we just heard DTMF tones, so I can decode them.
Dr. Creger, you can answer that. It is us calling you back.
She's like, I can't answer that.
90303.
Okay. And she should answer.
Yes.
Answer that if you can. I'll just send us a note. What does that say, Mr.
Trying to
Truman?
reconnect. She's trying to reconnect with the number that called her.
We'll call her.
Okay. We're calling you, Dr. Creger.
Oh, man. It's back and forth.
Hello?
Ah, that's promising.
Call me back. I'm in court.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Not your fault. Now, Mr. Selden, can you check to see if your expert can hear?
I can hear.
Okay.
How much you pay these experts? They should be there in court. They're getting $750
Now my
an
call is
hour.
being forwarded to voicemail.
Okay. Well, why don't we start, and hopefully your expert will let us know. She'll call if she can't hear.
Let me send her a text message real quick.
All right.
Why can't your expert
we have
watch the
another
replay?
expert on the line. That's what's causing us our problems, Dr. Creger. The defense expert wants to be able to hear your testimony.
She just called me. She can't hear.
Why don't we just connect? That phone is a conference call phone. Just call the defense expert on that and add her to that call.
Okay. If someone knows how to do that, we can.
Well, maybe. Don't put me under that kind of pressure.
She needs to watch a live stream. That's it.
Why don't you just stay on the phone for a moment?
The expert's bill. The funny thing,
Your Honor, I'm
the
having
expert
to
is
just
billing
stay
for
by
this
on my
time.
phone till we
Okay.
figure it out.
Stanley, come up with your one, please.
I'm going to mute this for a second. We don't want to hear the 252 number. That means it's somebody's area code 8675309. Okay, there we go.
Hello, Dr. Banerjee. Hello, Dr. Banerjee.
Dr. Banerjee, just mute your phone, and we should be going forward now. You can hear okay?
Thank you.
Correct?
Yes, I can. I'm muting.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Creger, are you still with us?
I am.
Outstanding. How many lawyers does it take to get a phone call?
I can tell you I've been doing telehealth for 5 years, and this happens in my life every day.
Well, doctor, through our Supreme Court, we have 1995 technology, so welcome to West Virginia. Doctor, before you stopped, you were mentioning endocrinology. Could you explain to us what that is, please?
Yes, endocrinology is a subspecialty of internal medicine that deals with the function of all the glands in the body, such as the pancreas, which makes insulin, and the thyroid, which makes thyroid hormone, the pituitary, that makes a lot of hormones that direct the other hormones, the ovaries and the testes. So we specialize in problems that happen in glands.
Now, doctor, to get to this point, what kind of training did you have, please?
I have an undergraduate degree from Cornell University. From there, I went to the University of California, San Francisco, where I received a medical degree. From there, I crossed the country to Boston, where I went to the Beth Israel Hospital, a major teaching institution of Harvard Medical School. I did my internal medicine residency there, and then stayed on for a fellowship.
Yeah, we still
Doctor,
can't
could
work
you,
Zoom.
Tell us, in summary fashion, your work experience, please.
Yes. My first job was at the University of Miami Diabetes Research Institute, where I was an assistant clinical professor of medicine, taking care of patients, teaching medical students, and doing research. In 1991, I opened a private practice in Miami and have since then been practicing endocrinology in what started as a group with just me and now has 5 endocrinologists. And I then joined the faculty at a new medical school about 12 years ago, the Florida International University College of Medicine, where I'm now head of endocrinology and associate professor of medicine. I teach second-year medical students the pathophysiology of endocrinology, and I teach the clinical studies of third-year medical school students and first-year residents.
Now, doctor, have you published any peer-reviewed articles?
Yes. During the time of my private practice, I was also involved in a lot of clinical research and have published a number of articles about those topics, a variety of topics. I did research in diabetes, in natural products and their safety and effectiveness, and later in my career, I did a lot of vaccine research and had a number of publications having to do with that.
Have you been a presenter for any national or international conferences?
Yes, in 2021, I came to Morgantown, West Virginia, where I presented at a symposium. I was the endocrine expert for the Clarksburg Johnson VA insulin murder cases, and the prosecutors and I and several of the other physicians created a symposium jointly with the medical school and the law school about the cases.
Doctor, the term board certified comes up when experts are involved. What does that mean?
That means that you have the physician has achieved a certain level of training and then has demonstrated competency by taking examinations. So I'm board certified in internal medicine and in endocrinology, diabetes, and metabolism.
You are licensed to practice medicine, I take it, in various jurisdictions?
Yes, I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida and in the state of Utah.
Utah and Florida.
You alluded to it earlier, but what high-profile cases have you been involved in?
Yes, I've been involved in 2 serial murder cases involving insulin. The first was at the Johnson VA in Clarksburg, West Virginia, and the second was in Butler, Pennsylvania, where I was an expert for the Office of the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Your Honor, under Rule 702, subject to inquiry by the defense, the state would move this witness be treated as an expert.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire of the proposed expert witness?
No, Your Honor, we accept her as an expert.
Very well. Dr. Creger will be accepted by the court as an expert in her field.
Doctor, at the state's request, you reviewed some medical records and you drafted a report of your opinions and findings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You wrote one report dated April 13th, 2023, and it's 7 pages long. Is that right?
That's correct.
Since drafting that report, have you had anything brought to your attention that would cause you to make changes or amendments to your report?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, state moves State 18 into evidence.
All right. Have you seen that, Mr. Selden?
I have, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
State's number 18 will be admitted into evidence.
Doctor, in preparation for your report, what records did you review?
I have a list of those records. Would you like me to read them?
I think that might be helpful, please.
I have records from the Charleston Area Medical Center, from Orthopedic and Spine Surgery Associates, the records of Dr. R. Patel, the records of the Raleigh General Hospital, West Virginia Controlled Substance Drug Log, Bureau of Criminal Investigation Lieutenant T.C. Bledsoe interview with Stephanie Hamilton, STD 2-mark worksheet, and an autopsy report.
She's got a lot of stuff.
The autopsy report was from the State Medical Examiner's Office in West Virginia, is that correct?
That is correct.
Doctor, what's the cause of death of Michael Cochran, according to your review of the records?
Well, I'm not a cause of death expert since I'm an endocrinologist. My expertise is in hypoglycemia, but it appears that his death was related to hypoglycemia, which then produced cerebral edema.
And that's what I'd ask you, if you feel competent to do so. Can you explain what cerebral edema is?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't hear you well.
Sure. Can you explain to us what cerebral edema is?
Certainly. Cerebral edema is swelling of the brain cells, and that is usually caused by either not enough blood sugar going to the brain cells or not enough oxygen going to the brain cells.
In your report, you indicate a number of, well, for lack of a better word, pieces of information or tests that could have been performed at one point or another that would have helped you be more definitive in your assessment of the case. Could you explain to me what you meant by that?
Yes. When a person presents with a very low blood sugar, which we call hypoglycemia, there are very specific tests that should be done prior to the treatment of the low blood sugar. There are a list of tests. I can tell you each one specifically if you'd like.
Please.
But you would like me to? Okay. We do an insulin level, a C-peptide level, a pro-insulin level, a beta-hydroxybutyrate, a gliptinide sulfonylurea screen. And those tests help us determine whether the low blood sugar was related to insulin or not, and where the insulin could have come from. The test needs to be done prior to the treatment of the low blood sugar.
In this case,
unfortunately, in this case, the tests were not performed. I can tell you that I've reviewed many cases, as I told you, of my prior experience, and it is close to zero in any of those cases that the tests were performed. And it's unfortunate because it really helps make a determination about the cause of the low blood sugar.
Okay, so there was a limit, as the state understands your testimony, doctor, there was a limited time during which those tests that you mentioned could have been performed that would have helped definitively determine the insulin issue.
That's right. The test should have been performed on arrival at the emergency room when the other blood tests were performed, or as soon as it became evident that the blood sugar was extremely low.
And what's the impact of treatment? Had the treatment taken place and then those tests performed, what would have been the relationship between those two factors?
What happens is the treatment of low blood sugar is glucose or sugar. And when sugar is administered, it changes the results of some of the blood tests that we draw and makes them unhelpful.
Okay, so those tests were not performed. So what alternative means is there to determine the outcome or the impact of insulin or lack thereof?
In my prior experience with the other cases, and again in this case, the only thing left to do is to go through all the possible causes of low blood sugar and determine if they are credible or possible in this case.
Is she reading something?
How many of them would there be?
There are many. I listed, I believe, 13. I left some possible causes out because they don't apply in adults, or because it was very clear from the history of this particular person that the causes would not apply, and I listed 13 causes.
Let's talk about those 13 causes, Doctor. Let's go through them, please, and your process of discussing them and ruling them in or out as a potential cause.
Of course. Okay. So the first one I listed, and it's in no particular order, but I'll just go through the way I listed them 2 years ago. That many patients who have diabetes are treated with medications that cause low blood sugar, and that's what we see most often. But the person we're talking about now did not have diabetes and was not taking any of those medicines. End-stage liver failure, we call it hepatic failure, can cause low blood sugar because the liver is a good source of sugar for the body when someone is eating. And our patient here did not have any liver problems that would be considered end-stage liver problems. He had a minor abnormality of a couple of tests over many years that were not affecting him. End-stage kidney failure can cause a low blood sugar because the kidney makes blood sugar, oddly enough, and helps control blood sugar when people need it. And his blood-kidney function was excellent. A very severe systemic infection, that means an infection that spreads from where it started into the bloodstream, can cause a low blood sugar. And we have no evidence of that. He didn't have a fever at the time that someone checked his blood his temperature at home, and he didn't have low blood pressure, which is associated with widely disseminated severe infection. He did receive an antibiotic prior to the test we do to check for systemic infection, but he received only one dose, and that dose would not likely have been enough to make that blood test negative, and it was negative when it was done at the next hospital. Very, very, very severe malnutrition can cause, rarely, but can cause a low blood sugar. But this gentleman was not malnourished. He had a normal body weight. In fact, he was interested in bodybuilding and was muscular, so that would not apply. Excess alcohol can cause it in a certain particular circumstance. It can cause it when someone drinks a lot of alcohol and then doesn't eat. That has to do with how alcohol works in the liver, that it suppresses one way of making sugar but not the other. So if someone drinks a lot and doesn't eat for a few days, we can see low blood sugar. And we don't have evidence of that. We don't have a history of alcohol use. His alcohol level was undetectable, and that's not an issue. An insufficiency of the adrenal gland can cause low blood sugar, rarely in adults, mainly in children, but it can. And we don't have any evidence that this person had a problem with his adrenal. It was working very well. He was on a nasal steroid, which sometimes if used in very high amounts could possibly suppress his adrenal gland, but that wouldn't be operative in him. And those steroids are not strong enough to cause adrenal insufficiency. Sometimes medications unrelated to diabetes can cause low blood sugar, but there are very, very few that are really believable. I made a list of the medicines he said he was taking. One of those on the list I subsequently learned was not what he was taking. He thought he was taking something called enclomiphene, which people may have heard of as a fertility drug. Sometimes it's used in males to help increase testosterone. He thought he was taking that, but he was actually taking letrozole, which is a medicine that is used in breast cancer patients to stop male hormones from converting to female hormones, and downstream that tells the body to make more testosterone. So that doesn't have an effect on blood sugar. He was maybe taking a seizure medicine. It's not clear if he was taking it. That's not associated with blood sugar problems. He was taking pseudoephedrine. If anything, pseudoephedrine would raise the blood sugar, but it doesn't cause low blood sugar. He was taking an asthma medication and some inhaled antihistamine, and again, those do not cause low blood sugar. A malignancy is another cause. Malignancy, that means cancer, is another cause of low blood sugar when it's widely spread and very end stage. It's not very common, and we had no evidence of that in this healthy young man. There is a tumor of the pancreas. It's called an insulinoma. Oma means tumor, making insulin. And those are rare. I've seen a number of them. They tend to present over time. Someone has complaints over months to years when the blood sugar is found to be low, and they're relatively easy to treat. They don't they're not what we call refractory, meaning hard to treat, where you have to give a lot of sugar to bring the sugar up. So it would be very, very unlikely that he would have had an insulinoma. The next, item number 11, is a very, very rare situation where there's no insulinoma, but the body acts like there is one, and we see this most often in people who have had gastric bypass surgery, and he did not. So that would be highly unlikely.
Just going through all the options here.
Finally, or not finally,
ruling things out.
Finally, there is what we call the factitious use of medications that cause low blood sugar, where someone takes them, call for attention, call for help. We don't know why that happens. And they're pills. Those pills rarely, some of them are very weak and don't cause low blood sugar. Some of them are stronger and can cause low blood sugar, but they don't cause a low potassium, which we'll talk about later. And our patient here had a low potassium. Finally, antibodies to insulin can cause a low blood sugar. It's been rarely reported in Caucasians. It's mainly reported in Asian countries and in patients with autoimmune problems. And our patient here did not have autoimmune problems. There was a small amount, or we don't know how much, the urine screen for benzodiazepine, which is a tranquilizer, was found in his urine. Usually when that's found, we need to have a blood test to follow up on how much and what it could be, but that wasn't done. There have been some reports of low blood sugar with that medicine. I looked at them carefully. There was a paper from Iran that said that people who came in with overdose of benzodiazepine had lower sugar than those who had other reasons for symptoms. And interestingly, in that paper, they didn't tell us what the blood sugar was. They didn't say how low the blood sugar was. Another paper by those same authors reporting something similar showed blood sugars in the 80s. And we generally define low blood sugar as less than 55. So I'm not sure if that information is quite believable, and it's not in the mainstream of the list of medicines that cause low blood sugar. Some antibiotics we know can cause low blood sugar. He did not receive any of those that we're aware of.
Doctor, you indicated you had the records from Raleigh General Hospital from his admission on February 6th of 2019. Did you see in there the blood glucose level that Raleigh General's testing detected?
Yes.
What was
21.
it? 21. What's the clinical significance of a 21 blood glucose level?
I would call that a profoundly low blood sugar. Very, very low, which we rarely see. And it's at the magnitude that we were seeing in the cases that I reviewed in the other two series that I told you about, where it's extremely low. I would say that, for me, it's a big call to attention. What is this about? Why is this sugar so low?
But as you've already indicated, even though that calls your attention to it, it did not at Raleigh General Hospital, and none of the testing that you suggested was performed.
That's correct.
What is the impact on blood glucose of skipping meals?
I'm sorry, I lost the last part of your question.
What is the impact on blood glucose of skipping meals?
A normal person will not have a low blood sugar if he or she skips a meal. The only time that would happen in a normal person is maybe someone treated with insulin for diabetes or with another medication that causes insulin to be produced for diabetes, and then they don't eat. Yes, we can see a low blood sugar, but a non-diabetic person who doesn't eat will have a normal liver response and produce enough sugar to keep the sugar in the normal range. Our bodies are designed to maintain normal blood sugar, and skipping a meal will not cause a low blood sugar in a normal person.
What's the impact of alcohol abuse on blood glucose?
As I said earlier, when someone has a big binge of alcohol and then doesn't eat, that combination is required to cause low blood sugar. If you have an alcohol binge and eat, it's not going to happen.
Now, you mentioned that you found significance in the potassium level of Mr. Cochran at Raleigh General Hospital. Can you expand on that, please?
Yes. There are very few causes of low potassium. Let's go through them. If someone has severe diarrhea, they can lose potassium. If someone has very significant vomiting, copious, tons of vomiting over and over and over for a long period of time, they can lose potassium. If someone is taking a diuretic that wastes potassium in the urine, they can have a low potassium. If someone has too much cortisol production over a long period of time by a tumor in either the adrenal or the pituitary, they could have low potassium. But, or really more the adrenal, not the pituitary.
Getting their audio over the phone
low potassium
and video over Teams.
A high dose of insulin. In fact, for years we were treating high potassium with a combination of insulin and sugar. The reason is insulin drives sugar into the cell, and at the same time, it drives potassium into the cell. So it takes it out of the bloodstream and makes the potassium low. And as I told you, I had reviewed a lot of cases of insulin, people who received high doses of insulin in West Virginia and in Pennsylvania, and a good number of them also had low potassium for no other reason that we could determine.
Doctor, you also mentioned at Raleigh General there was a detection of benzodiazepine in Mr. Cochran's body. How did Raleigh General determine that?
They did a urine screen, which is the first step, and it's usually followed by a blood test, but that was not performed.
In this case, did the urine screen tell you the amount of the benzodiazepines in Mr. Cochran's system?
No, it doesn't tell us the amount, and it doesn't even tell us when he might have taken it.
Can you expand on that, please?
Before.
I'm sorry?
The urine screen could be positive for a number of days after someone's taken a benzodiazepine.
Okay. And, Doctor, what is the impact of taking insulin if you're a non-diabetic, basically a healthy person, and they receive insulin? What's the impact of that?
A healthy person who receives insulin, certainly a significant amount, will have a low blood sugar reaction because their own pancreas makes enough insulin that they don't need it, and it will drive the sugar down.
Is there any way to tell,
that was important,
in retrospect, how much insulin it would have taken for Michael Cochran's blood glucose level to be at 21?
No, but it was likely a fair amount, enough to drive the potassium down and to lower the sugar to that very, very low level. The kind of studies that are done about how insulin works and how much is needed are done in first normal volunteers to see what the time course of action is of the insulin, and those patients are given the insulin and they're also given sugar back so they don't get sick from low blood sugar.
Bless you.
And in patients with diabetes, we give a variety of doses depending on their needs. So we don't really have data. No one is experimenting with giving very large doses of insulin to normal people because they don't need it. And there's not a reason for us to know about that.
the result of a blood glucose level of 21 at Raleigh General Hospital, would that be the expected result if Mr. Cochran had been given insulin that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor.
Brian Koberger hearing has begun. The portion of the hearing that's going on right now is closed. So even though we have the live stream, it's just a placeholder saying this portion of the hearing is closed. We expect it to be open at some point. That's over on the Top Mark Media channel.
Good morning, Dr. Creger. I'm Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for Natalie Cochran.
Good morning.
Good morning.
He was waiting for the good morning.
First of all, how did you learn of this case, and who hired you?
I received a call
on this phone
sometime in 2022, probably, from Mr. Hatfield.
Who was the prosecuting attorney at that time, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Did Mr. Hatfield hire you on behalf of the prosecutor's office and the state of West Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. And they are paying your fee, isn't that correct?
Yes.
We are staying here with this case. We're not going to jump to Koberger. If you want to watch that, you have to switch to my other channel, Top Mark Media, where it's live over there right now.
Just a few preliminary questions. Why does the body need blood sugar?
We need blood sugar to fuel our cells to do all the work of staying alive. The brain needs blood sugar to work. The muscles need it. It's the engine of life.
And how does blood sugar work in the body?
What do you mean?
What's the source of blood sugar in the body, and how does it affect the body? How does it work in the body?
Food is the source of blood sugar, but it's also a deposit of substances in the liver and the muscles to keep the blood sugar normal when we're not eating. After all, people sleep for 8 or 10 hours. They might not eat for 12 hours, yet the blood sugar is maintained.
Excuse me, doctor. I asked you, just a moment, Dr. Creger. I asked, how does sugar work in the body?
It fuels the metabolism.
What is hypoglycemia?
Hypoglycemia means low blood sugar, usually defined as less than 55.
And how do you come up with that figure? Because the information I have is that in a 38-year-old male like Michael Cochran, low blood sugar is defined as less than 70 milligrams per deciliter, not 55.
Well, like in many definitions, there are all sorts of sources that you might read, but the conventional level that I'm aware of from my reading and teaching is 55. 70 is what might refer to below 70. Some of the hormones might change in response to what the body might think is a falling blood sugar, but 70 is not defined as low blood sugar.
Is there any specific number or measure of blood sugar in a 38-year-old male Caucasian? What's the range of, quote, normal, unquote?
Well, that changes over time. These types of things are not fixed. Usually 80 to 100. Diabetes begins at 125, and pre-diabetes begins at 100. These are fasting levels.
Okay, so
levels will go up after meals.
All right, so from that answer, you said 80 and up, and then you talked about diabetes. So 70 actually would be low blood sugar level in a 38-year-old male Caucasian.
But not
correct?
Necessarily hypo.
No.
It's not?
Correct.
Okay. It's not within the normal limits that you just said. You said 80 to an upper number of 100, 120, something like that. Right?
But 70 is not considered hypoglycemia
All right.
or low. I look at hundreds of laboratory reports a week, and I would not pay attention to 70 in a healthy person.
All right. Let me move on. It's been suggested or alleged that Michael Cochran, on February 6th of 2019, got an injection of insulin on that day. Now, they're referencing a specific type of insulin, Humalog Lispro insulin. That is what we call a fast-acting type of insulin. Isn't that correct?
Humalog or Lispro is a fast-acting insulin.
Right.
Yes.
And if an injection of Lispro Humalog insulin is injected in a person, it takes approximately 15 minutes for it to start to work. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So if someone was injected with this specific type of insulin, they wouldn't just drop to the ground unconscious immediately. It would take some time for it to act. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, this particular type of insulin works over a specified period of time. And that time period, when it's active or working in the body, is approximately 3 to 4 hours. Isn't that correct?
Well, that varies.
Is that not a good...
That depends.
Let me clarify. It works for, at most, 4 to 5 hours in the body. Isn't that correct? Under normal circumstances.
Under normal circumstances, but at high doses, it could last considerably longer.
What do you consider a high dose? Let me clarify that. If
What's
a
on his shoulder?
10
that a
milliliter bottle of insulin was injected into a normal person, approximately how long would it be active in the body?
Well, that's a huge amount of insulin, and we can't know how long it would be active, but we do know that massive doses and very high doses last a lot longer than conventional doses.
But you don't know how long that lasts,
It would
right?
be funny if it was a fly.
No one knows because no one would study that. It's not done in healthy people, and we wouldn't need to know that. So there's no information about that. But we do know that higher doses last longer.
Is there any definitive information that says human Lispro insulin injected into the body works any longer than 7 hours, no matter what the dosage is?
We don't have that information.
Okay.
But we don't know how many doses he got, how many injections he got.
You've answered my question. Thank you.
Stop talking. Stop talking. I don't want to hear that.
Now, I believe you said that you recognized that a urine toxicology test was done on Michael Cochran when he was admitted on February 6, 2019 to the hospital.
I think
and
it's a bit of
that
fluff
test
from
was
this coat.
positive for benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
Because it's really cold
Yeah.
there. He would have had a coat over his suit jacket.
And this urine toxicology test or report could not tell you the identity or the blood level of benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And we don't know the source of those benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that benzodiazepines can cause low blood sugar and hypoglycemia?
That's been reported, but as I said earlier, the reports are vague. They don't list the blood sugar levels, and in one paper that reports it, the blood sugar is listed in the 80s as average. So that is not clearly, it has not been clearly established.
So are you saying that benzodiazepines in someone can't cause low blood sugar?
I'm saying that we don't have a lot of information supporting that, and the information we do have is quite weak, as it is with a lot of other medicines that have been linked with hypoglycemia.
All right, let me move on to another question.
He's getting shut down.
Are you aware that a drug overdose of benzodiazepines could cause what they call hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy with cerebral edema, which we'll call HIE?
That was much easier to use.
No.
You're not aware that benzodiazepines can cause that condition, which includes cerebral edema?
No, I'm not.
He did scoff.
Well, I would submit to you that HIE with cerebral edema is a condition that's essentially irreversible brain damage caused by a lack of oxygen to the brain with brain fluid on the brain. Right? Isn't that the definition of HIE with edema?
I can't comment since it's not a condition I'm familiar with, and I'm not a neurologist or expert in that topic.
So you don't know, correct?
Yes.
Is hypoglycemia the only cause for cerebral edema? Because you talk about cerebral edema in your testimony previously.
No, it is not.
Okay. Isn't it true that other causes of cerebral edema include drug overdose, brain cancer, tumors, high-altitude carbon monoxide poisoning, trauma, systemic infection, encephalitis, and hepatic encephalopathy?
That sounds like a reasonable list, none of which we know he has.
I didn't ask you that. You don't know if he had a drug overdose or not, correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't this cerebral edema, and again, that's fluid on the brain, from these other causes appear the same on a CT scan?
Yes. The brain tumor might not appear the same, because that would be localized.
Okay, but these other causes could appear on a CT scan, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And that CT scan shows brain damage. That's the reason to do a CT scan, right?
The reason to do the CT scan in his case was that he had an altered consciousness.
And altered consciousness could mean he had damage to his brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. And a CT scan doesn't tell you the cause of cerebral edema, correct?
Yes.
So to sum up these questions, Michael Cochran's cerebral edema, which was diagnosed, and might be the cause of his brain problems and ultimate brain death, isn't solely caused by hypoglycemia. Isn't that correct?
Well, you're asking me about Michael Cochran. I think the question I can answer is hypoglycemia is not the only cause of cerebral edema.
Okay, that's sufficient.
You got a little win, little tiny win.
You comment in your
So
report
you're saying there's a chance.
that there were no other abnormalities to cause Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Did you not see Michael Cochran's extremely elevated white blood cell count, which was above 17,000?
I did see that.
Okay.
And that can be a...
That's all I asked you.
Don't tell us why.
And for the jury's information, white blood cells in the body fight infections and toxins and things of that sort. Isn't that correct? That's one of their functions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and they can be raised by a number of things. Not
Okay.
only
That wasn't my question. My question was, one of their functions is to fight infections.
Don't
and
say
you
that.
answered that. Correct.
No notes for the jurors in this one. They just got to think real hard. Remember.
Did you see the report in the emergency room that included infection for which he was given intravenous antibiotics?
he received 1 dose of an intravenous antibiotics because they were
Okay, I just asked you if you saw the report that says he was given intravenous antibiotics, and your answer is yes. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, an infection in the body can cause low blood sugar levels as well as insulin. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
This is the first witness they've really been able to bully into very limited answers. Hopefully, it will require some redirect to expand those answers and get the explanations. But
just a moment, Your Honor. I want to review my notes very quickly.
All right. His tactic has worked with this particular witness. So far, all of the Brian Koberger hearing has been
Michael
closed.
Cochran was admitted to the hospital on February 6th of 2019, and he received treatment at Raleigh General and CAMC in Charleston for approximately 5 days when he was discharged on February 11th of 2019 to hospice care. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And during that whole time, with doctors treating him, doing various tests, going through everything to try and figure out what his problems were, there was no suspicion of insulin in his body, and they didn't do any testing to definitively decide that. Isn't that correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to discuss Michael Cochran's glucose or blood level or blood sugar levels from the time he was admitted on February 6th of 2019 at approximately 12 noon. And I have an exhibit, which I would like marked as defendant's next numbered exhibit.
He was not admitted at 12 noon, just to be correct.
I didn't say 12 noon, I just said he was admitted. Okay?
This is defendant's exhibit number 10, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And I have previously given a copy to
All right.
I'd like to put it on this viewer if possible, and I'm not real adept at that, so I could use some assistance.
All right. I'll ask the bailiff to assist.
Why are they not concerned about the vial that the label did not match the contents? It depends.
We may not be able to do that, Mr. Selden, because I think we're using that device to project Dr. Creger.
Is there any way I can project this onto the screen so the jury can see it?
Nope. You need another cable. You need a video switcher.
We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. We'll have to pass it from one juror to another.
How do you pass it to the witness?
Why can't we just slide this aside and use the viewer?
We can try. See what happens.
Because I'm going to be referring to specifics in this, and passing it from one jury to the other would probably take forever.
All right.
Set it here.
depends on what the contents of that vial were. I'm not an expert in that area, so I don't know if the original contents, what the label
There was
said,
a
was there.
suggestion by my co-counsel that perhaps we could take a break, make multiple copies of this to distribute to the jury so they can refer to it.
All right. That sounds like a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for us to take our break. You may be getting tired of donuts at this juncture.
But
You've
I'm
eaten
not.
a lot of them, and the leftovers I usually eat, so
Yeah,
it's
see.
bad whenever you leave a whole bunch of them. If you would like to have a different type of treat, tell the bailiff, and we will accommodate. We want your experience to be meaningful, and we will treat you like veritable kings and queens. We will try to accommodate your wishes. Please do not
This
discuss
guy.
the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and we'll break for 10 or 15 minutes, and hopefully we'll have the technology straightened out by the time you come back. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
The miracles of modern Chinese technology. There we go. While they break to go to the jury room, we are going to fast forward. And, there's one juror who's like, oh, I'll have another donut. I'll have it with sprinkles, please. So they're going to try to work out this technical issue where they have too many devices and not enough inputs for their feed. Copy machine seems to be the fix. And let's jump there now. Koberger's hearing still closed. Nothing has been live yet.
Okay, you can be seated, Doctor. You're still with us?
I am.
Did you receive an email copy of a document?
I did, and I printed it out.
All right, good deal. Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Only one, Judge.
Go ahead.
Dr. Kubichek will be on for a Teams meeting at 1:30 this afternoon in terms of plotting strategy.
Okay. Do you happen to have a witness in the meantime?
We do.
Okay, good. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Bring in the jury, please, Bailiff.
Well, they bring the jury. The judge closed the hearings. The public's not invited in the Brian Koberger hearing, which is happening over here. This portion of the hearing is closed. Because it's easier for him to just turn off the live stream than kick everyone out of the courtroom and then bring them all back in. There are 12 different items that BK is objecting to. It's a suppression hearing. They're trying to keep evidence out of his trial. And so as some of them are sort of secret and they don't want to leak out into the public, they've closed for that reason. So we're going to hear some and some will be sealed. But all of those will be, if anything that is played will not be here on this channel, it will be over on the Top Market Media channel where we're live streaming the whole bit, even this portion is closed placard. You will bring the jury. Oh, I've got lasagna in the freezer. We've got a big Stouffer's lasagna, homemade, straight from Sam's Club. I want it. I want it for dinner.
All right,
That's a
members
great
of the
idea.
jury, you will see that you have a document in your seat. That is the document that has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 10. We will presumably find out more about that matter shortly, and you can follow along in terms of the testimony. Please continue, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we get to Defendant's Exhibit Number 10, I'd like the jury just to set that aside for a moment. I have a couple of questions before we get into it.
Go ahead.
Now, Dr. Creger, it's been alleged that Michael Cochran took a variety of supplements, substances, or other undeclared medications. And because they've been undeclared, you don't have any idea what he was taking or what effect it had on his body. Wouldn't that be a fair question?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you reviewed one autopsy report. Was that right?
Yes. Prior to my writing of my 2023 report, yes.
Okay. Was that Dr. Kubichek's report? He's the medical examiner for West Virginia. Is that the report you reviewed? Yes.
Yes.
Did you note in his conclusions that he said the cause of death and the manner of death was undetermined? Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to turn to defendant's exhibit number 10, which the jury has copies of. And you have a copy of that as well, Dr. Creger, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the top, it says, with a double asterisk, alleged event is approximately 12 p.m. on February 6, 2019.
Double asterisk.
What that is referring to is that there's an approximation of what time Natalie Cochran, if at any time, she injected Michael Cochran with insulin. That's all that means. And we don't have an exact time. It just says approximate time, 12 p.m. Do you note that at the top?
I see that.
Okay. Because there is no actual witness to Natalie Cochran injecting Michael Cochran on February the 6th of 2019 with anything. We don't have a witness who's going to state that. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also at the top, there is a note that says hypoglycemia is sugar, meaning blood sugar, less than 70 milligrams per deciliter in a person without diabetes. That's up for debate. You said under 55, I believe. Is that right?
That's right. The reason I said that is that when you tested...
I don't need you to go into any detail. I'm just clarifying what your statement was. Okay? Thank you. Now, this is a chart that has the date and time of testing for blood glucose in Michael Cochran. First column is the date and the time, and unfortunately it's military time, but I'll go through that. The second column is the blood glucose level. The third column is the hours since the alleged event. Again, the alleged event is suspected injection of Michael Cochran with insulin. And the fourth column is, it says, was Lispro active in his body. Lispro is the Humalog insulin alleged to be the subject of all of this controversy. Okay? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. And I hope it's clear to the jury. I'll move on. The first entry is February 6th, 2019, the date when Michael Cochran was first admitted to the hospital. And it says 2020, which is 8:20 p.m. Do you note that?
Yes.
Okay. The second column says that his blood glucose level was 21. Now, you've made a lot of comments about that. That's extremely low by anybody's calculation, right?
Yes.
Okay. The third column says that the time frame of the taking of that level is 8 hours and 20 minutes after the time Michael was supposed to be injected. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's exactly what I was doing. Only I was telling Mrs. R.A. directly.
Is it your testimony that the insulin, Humalog, Lispro, insulin, alleged in the case, could still be active in Michael's body 8 hours and 20 minutes after alleged injection?
It's possible if a very high dose was used or if additional doses were given.
I'm talking about a singular injection of Humalog insulin. Would a singular injection, no matter the quantity, the volume, still be active and causing effects in Michael Cochran's body 8 hours and 20 minutes after injection?
The quantity and volume does matter.
Is it your testimony that the Humalog insulin could still be active in Michael Cochran's body 8 hours and 20 minutes later? Irregardless of the volume,
qualifiers.
I'm talking about a single injection. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Second column. It's dated February 7th, 2019. That's the next day after Michael's in the hospital. It's 23, which is 12:23 a.m. The blood glucose level isn't available. The third column says 12 hours and 23 minutes after alleged injection of a single dose. Is it your testimony that Lispro Humalog insulin can still be active in Michael Cochran's body?
Well, there's no additional hypoglycemia except a finger stick further down in the list. So
I'm just asking you, is it your testimony? And I don't care about the blood glucose level. I'm asking, can this type of insulin still be active in Michael Cochran's body 12 hours and 23 minutes later?
It's unlikely.
Okay. So the subsequent tests, well, let me go on. February 7th, 2019, 12:28 a.m. We don't know the blood glucose level. It's now 12 hours and 28 minutes. Is it still your testimony that the insulin is unlikely to be active in Michael's body at this time?
If only one injection were given at that time, yes.
Okay. Now, the next entry is February 7th of 2019. It's 12:33 a.m. Now, Michael's blood glucose is on the rise. It's going up. It's all the way up to 63, 12 hours and 33 minutes later. Now, isn't it true that if there was a single injection and given this level, the insulin's no longer active?
Likely that it's not a single injection, and the blood sugar is not low.
That's all I asked you. Next entry.
They want to cut off every
February
answer.
7th, 1:55 a.m. Blood glucose is on the rise. It's all the way up to 80, 13 hours and 55 minutes. The Lispro insulin's not active anymore, right?
Correct.
Okay. February 7th, 2:17 a.m. Now his blood glucose is all the way up to 187, 14 hours and 17 minutes later. Lispro insulin, not active, cannot cause that reaction, correct?
Well, high blood sugar would be caused by insulin anyway, but yes.
Yeah. And we don't know what time. They're doing things to try and raise Michael Cochran's glucose level. They gave him an injection of dextrose D50 at the emergency room. That is an attempt to raise his blood glucose levels, correct?
Yes.
Right. And it's taking effect. It's working. His blood glucose levels are going up, right?
Yes.
Okay. February 7th, 5:13 a.m. His blood glucose now drops all the way down to 44. 17 hours and 13 minutes later. How do you account for that?
Well, that one could be an outlier because that one was done by finger stick, not by blood, by finger prick. And from my review of the records, I didn't see that anything was done in response to that. And then the next one, shortly
later. I just asked you.
She's trying to answer the question, Mr. Selden. Let her go ahead.
Okay.
You may continue, Ms. Creger, Dr. Creger.
Thank you. What I was saying is that the finger stick at 44, according to my review of the record, did not receive any action. So there was nothing given in response to that. And a short time later, the sugar was normal again. So I don't really know if that has much meaning.
Okay. But you can say, since it's 17 hours and 13 minutes after the alleged injection of insulin, that insulin is not working in Michael's body at this time, correct?
His own insulin is likely working, but an injection given at noon would not likely be working.
Okay, I'm just asking about the single injection given at noon on February 6th. That's all these questions are directed at, okay?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, man. It's painful.
At 6:22 a.m. on February 7th, his insulin's on the rise again. It's up to 95, and that's within normal range according to your testimony. Isn't that right?
Yes, not insulin, glucose. But
Glucose, sorry. Okay.
He tries to cut her
18
off.
hours,
He's correct. He's
27
corrected
minutes
him.
later, insulin not active in his body, correct?
yes, and that's right. I mean,
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go through the other entries. I'm sure the jury appreciates that. But
Thank you.
Michael's blood glucose levels are back on the rise, and now they're all the way up into at least normal range, and there's no activity or effect from a single injection of Humalog Lispro insulin alleged to have been given at approximately noon on February 6th. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Are they saying that she gave him injections while he was in the hospital?
All right, I'll ask the bailiff to collect the copies.
It's the first thing the jurors have been able to look at in their hands since the trial began. They're not allowed to take notes here, so I hope they have good medical memory.
All right.
Now,
Yeah.
in your review of all of the records and everything you reviewed in this case, it has been alleged that Michael Cochran was using undeclared supplements or substances or other medications, and because it's not clearly in the records, you wouldn't have any idea what he was taking or its effects on his body. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Yes.
More questions? Whisper, whisper.
You state in your report in the conclusions, in summary, that Michael Cochran's, quote, hypoglycemia due to insulin administration is a strong possibility. So from that statement, you cannot say that insulin was the one and only factor that caused Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Isn't that correct?
It's the only credible explanation since none of the other explanations work.
I didn't ask you if it was credible. I said you cannot say it's the one and only. You're only stating it's a strong possibility. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. To what degree of medical certainty is a strong possibility? What is that?
That's not quantified.
Okay. I believe that's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Let's see
All
what
right,
redirect
redirect
they
Mr.
want,
Thank you, Your Honor.
if any.
Doctor, this started off some time ago by asking who is paying you to be here today, and you responded that the state. Would the fact that the state's paying you cause you to alter your testimony or your opinions in any manner?
No.
Defendant's 10. Doctor, defendant's exhibit number 10, which was a document emailed to you while we were on a break, that's based on some assumptions that there was a single dose at noon. There is nothing in Stage 10 that would eliminate the possibility of multiple
Objection leading.
injections of insulin, is there?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not the facts and evidence.
Overruled.
There's an
You
objection.
can answer, Doctor, please.
Yes.
That objection got passed all the way down the
Likely that
line.
there was another injection or another type of insulin in addition or to the Lispro.
There was some discussion about benzodiazepines and Michael Cochran. Is there anything in the records that would cause you to believe that that would be responsible for his low blood glucose level?
No, and in fact, an allergy to a benzodiazepine was noted in his record. When we have a patient who has an allergy to one benzodiazepine, we caution them not to have others. So I don't know how to reconcile all of that, what the allergy was about, and whether he why he would have taken that medication.
One theory presented to you by the defense was that his blood glucose level may have dropped because of a drug overdose. Is there any evidence whatsoever that Michael Cochran overdosed on any drug other than insulin?
No.
There was also the matter of the high white blood count. And you started to address that issue and you were stopped. So let me give you the opportunity to explain the treatment and the end result of the high white blood count.
Yes. Well, it is true that we see a high white blood cell count with infection. It's not the only cause. When blood sugar goes extremely low, other hormones rise. And those hormones, particularly cortisol, will cause white blood cells to look high. We see this a lot in patients who have excess cortisol for other reasons, and that's a possible explanation. Since there was no evidence for infection, he didn't have a fever, he didn't have a low blood pressure. I'm talking about enormous infection that would cause a low blood sugar. Fever, no low blood pressure, no evidence of infection on exam, and a negative blood culture after the single dose of antibiotic that would not have tamed a rip-roaring infection bad enough to cause a low blood sugar.
Rip-roaring infection.
How would you expect a non-diabetic person to physically react if they were given insulin? What kind of symptoms would you expect to see?
There's a cascade of events that occur. As the sugar begins to drop, people feel sweaty, shaky, they can have pounding in their chest, palpitations we call it. We can have, people then can proceed to seizure, to coma, which is from the brain cell edema that we've talked about. So that's the cascade from hunger, shakiness, sweating, pounding in the chest, to seizure, coma.
You had indicated that 55 was the number you considered to be a low blood glucose. Can you expand on that a little bit, please?
Yes. In the testing we do when we are trying to figure out why someone has a low blood sugar, and we can't explain it yet, we use 55 as the cutoff, and we don't do the extra testing until the blood sugar is less than 55 when there are symptoms, less than 45 when there are no symptoms. So 55 is our cutoff for the testing.
Okay. When Michael Cochran went to Raleigh General and his blood glucose was measured at 21, and this may be out of your field, and if so, just say so, but had the damage already been done by that time?
Well, the brain edema had already started, yes.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Recross Mr. Selden.
Let's ping pong back and forth.
Need to approach the bench.
All right.
Everyone gets to approach. Yes, the defendant also gets to walk up. In some states, including in Florida, the defendant is able to be an active participant in the bench conferences. What we've seen in other states is that everybody wears headsets, or they all talk into a mic, and the defendant sits at the bench if they have to remain restrained, and puts on a headset where they can listen to that. But in this case, everyone goes up, and the bailiffs just stand by in case something happens. And so far it's worked in West Virginia, so no need to change the system. But she's wearing leggings like Dirty Dancing. I swear she thinks she's in that movie. I know some of you might be leaning strongly one direction or another on guilt or innocence. I'm not there yet. I cannot make a call on this.
All right. Further questions, Mr. Selden?
Thank you, Your Honor. There has been testimony throughout this trial that Natalie Cochran allegedly injected Michael Cochran sometime around noon when he collapsed. Then there were people constantly checking. There were people constantly in and out of the house, numerous witnesses, people coming over, staying with Natalie, checking on Michael. So, and then Michael goes into the hospital at approximately 8 p.m. And he's in the hospital from February 6th of 2019 through and including February 10th or 11th when he goes to the hospice and passes away. When would there be an opportunity for Natalie Cochran to inject him multiple times given those facts?
Objection. That's beyond the scope of an endocrinologist's expertise.
Sustained.
We'll go ahead and count that objection. It was a good try. The defense knew they were not going to get an answer to that one. That was just for the benefit
From
of the
a
jury to
scientific
put a thought
point,
in their mind.
Based on the records which note Michael's glucose levels, etc., when would additional injections occur to have the result of altering blood glucose levels, etc.? We went all through that chart of the extensive testing and recording of his blood glucose levels from approximately 8 p.m. on February 6th through his stay at the hospital. Scientific evidence, when would an injection of insulin have occurred to have those results?
You're asking me to speculate.
I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm asking you, given the scientific medical evidence of blood glucose levels February 6th through his stay,
if he keeps pounding
every
his middle
15
finger
minutes,
like that,
every
it's gonna
half
get
hour,
shorter.
when would those scientific information show another injection of insulin?
Well, we really have to explain the 21 because the other one, there's only one low, and that's a finger stick that wasn't treated and normalized without treatment. So it's really explaining the 21.
Okay, and the 21 was recorded initially or stated initially by a supposed witness, Ms. Hamilton. She's the one that said it was 21
witness?
when Michael was admitted to the hospital approximately 8 p.m. Do you recall that?
Wait a minute.
Objection.
Just wait a minute, Doctor. Go ahead, Mr.
That
Truman.
wasn't the testimony. That came from Raleigh General 21, not Stephanie Hamilton.
All right.
This is a misleading question.
I'll withdraw it and I'll stand corrected.
Okay.
The 21 was when he was admitted to Raleigh General Hospital, approximately 8 p.m. When would Natalie Cochran have an opportunity to inject him to cause that decrease in glucose?
Again, I would have to speculate, but sometime later in that afternoon.
All right. The prosecutor asked you on redirect about the white blood cell count. And the simple explanation of that is we don't know the cause of the extreme elevation of the white blood cells. Isn't that correct?
No, there are certainly hypotheses that can be rendered, including...
But we don't, just a moment, we don't actually know. There weren't any definitive tests that would account for the elevated white blood cell count. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Expert witness is advertising the iPhone 16 Plus, Pro, whatever. Apparently she likes the phone. Getting the audio through the phone, the video through Teams.
I don't have any more questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Truman, anything further?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Is there any reason to hold this witness at all?
Not so far as the state's concerned.
Any reason from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you.
All right, who's next?
Have we terminated the telephone call? Okay. We're squared away and ready for the next witness to be called, Mr. Truman.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state called Earl Gleam this in.
Earl who? Charlene, what happens is as long as the other side doesn't object, the judge just pretty much lets it go. So if you don't like the way the witness is being treated, half of that is the fault of the attorney that's doing the questioning. The other half is the fault of the attorney that should be objecting. But there might be
raise
some
your right hand, please, sir. Do you
strategic
swear or affirm
reasons
to
to
tell
not
the truth, the
object.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
The judge just acts like a
All right, Ms.
referee,
Acord.
but you have to call your own
Sir, can you
fouls.
please state and
or
spell
call
your full name for the
fouls
record?
against you.
Yes, my name is Earl Gleam. First name is spelled E-A-R-L. Last name is Gleam, G-L-I-E-M.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a physical scientist, forensic examiner, working in the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit of the FBI Laboratory, located in Quantico, Virginia.
And I collect
Where did you
ties.
attend school?
I attended school at West Virginia University. I received a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic and Investigative Sciences there. And more recently, I completed a Master's of Science at the University of Florida in Pharmaceutical Science with a concentration in Forensic Science as well.
What sort of professional training do you have?
So, as an examiner, as a physical scientist forensic examiner at the FBI Laboratory, before we are qualified to perform independent casework, we go through a training program at the laboratory to ensure that we have all of the proper educational requirements and skills to perform the tasks. Excuse me. So, when I first started at the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit, I went through the forensic examiner training program within that unit, which included required readings, exercises, simulated casework, and working under doing casework under the supervision of a qualified examiner, as well as completing numerous tests before I was qualified to perform independent casework.
Do you have any work experience in this field prior to your current position at the FBI?
So before becoming a physical scientist forensic examiner in the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit, I worked as a forensic examiner in the Latent Print Operations Unit, and I worked there for approximately 4 years before coming to the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit. And I've been with the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit for about 9 years now.
Have you given any presentations in your field?
Yes, I have. I've given several case presentations about some of the cases that I've worked in my time as a forensic examiner there. I've also given numerous tours and presentations to groups about the FBI Laboratory and our unit as a whole.
And are you a member of any professional organizations or anything like that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness in a criminal court?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been denied qualification as an expert witness in a criminal court?
No, I have not.
Your Honor, subject to cross-examination by the defense, I would move that this witness be treated as an expert pursuant to Rule 702.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire pertaining to this witness's qualifications?
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Quick huddle. Nah, we're good.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
He's going to lose this battle.
What exactly are you being qualified as an expert in? What is your represented area of expertise?
So in the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit, my main job duties include the examination of tools and firearms, as well as the items that those tools and firearms come into contact with. I examine both the tools and firearms, determine the makes and models, as well as the types of actions that they can produce, as well as if any microscopic marks of value are present on the surfaces that they come into contact with. I can then do examinations on those marks to determine whether or not those marks were originated from a particular tool or not.
He's talking to the whole room.
So what you're saying
Not just the jury.
Summary is that you are an alleged expert in the external examination of these objects. Does that be a fair assumption or statement?
Could you explain what you mean by external?
You don't take the contents of, for instance, the vials out. You don't do any chemical analysis. You're talking about how the vial looks from an external view and a microscopic examination of the outside of these objects.
With an object like that, yes. I do not do any chemical examination.
No objection. Accepted.
All right, the court declares this witness to be an expert within his described field of forensic examinations. You may continue, Ms.
I'm not sure why we have a firearms expert in a
Did you write a report
poisoning
in this
case, but let's go.
Yes,
for
I
it.
did.
Your Honor, I'd like to have marked what I am holding as State's Exhibit 19.
Yes, no, yes.
Yes, no, yes.
This is State's Exhibit number 19, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And this has been shown to the defense, Your Honor.
Very well.
Let's see what Earl offers to enlighten us here.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Gleam, I've handed you what is labeled as Laboratory Division Supporting Documentation Envelope. Can you look over that and advise the court if that is the report that you prepared in this matter?
State's Exhibit 19 is a copy of all of the material that I produced as part of this case, to include the report, my case notes, as well as some additional documentation as well.
And what items did you review in this case?
I reviewed, excuse me.
What brand of
Well,
tissue
there's two
is
different
that?
designations that we use for them. In the laboratory, we assigned them item 2 and item 4. At the field office level, when they were first received by the field office, which was Pittsburgh in this case, they gave them the designators 1B1 and 1B2.
And I'm going to hand you what has been marked and entered as State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 14. Could you please open those and identify them for me?
Do I need gloves to handle them right?
No.
Okay.
Do we have some gloves, Deputy Fry?
You should know.
Hold on.
Thank
and
you.
we'll get some.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that Kleenex brand? The tissue box in front of the witness. They're very rigid tissues. They're like stand at attention throughout the testimony. I'm curious. They don't look soft. There's a rabbit underneath. Kleenex from Costco. I'm looking for a box that matches. I'm scrolling through different designs of Kleenexes. The garbage man's here. Yay, it's garbage day. If I was a kid, I'd be running to the window to watch this. I've always been fascinated with how the garbage truck works. They're Puff Puffs? Puffs Plus?
Eureka, we found a box of gloves. Can you message poor Stephen to tell him that we found some?
Thank you. That's okay.
They may be for children, however.
You can't get your fat hands in there. Okay. You get bonus points if he rips a glove. See if he grabs another.
Goodness.
Yes! Bonus points! I did not know that was going to happen.
Might go through the whole box. All right. I'm sorry. What was your original question?
Did you identify those items for me?
His gloves are shredded.
This one?
His right hand is like...
So State's Exhibit 10 is a vial.
It's like Freddy Krueger putting on sterile gloves.
So I don't see my marking specifically on it. However, most of it is covered with the State's Exhibit sticker. It does appear very consistent with my photograph of the item 2 vial that I examined in the laboratory.
And when you refer to that photograph, I'm going to try to fix this. I know this is hard to see. I don't know if this is better ones.
This trial has so many fun things to it. I love it.
Trying to make this as visible as I can for everyone in the room. Is this the set of photographs that you're referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are we looking at in these photographs?
We're looking at the photographs that I took during my examination of the item 2 vial. There were numerous pieces, so I just took it from different angles, as well as the different components, as well as a close-up of the rubber stopper that I was asked to examine.
And before we move on to states 14, we'll just stick with states 10. What sort of testing did you perform on this stopper, this vial?
I was asked to examine the rubber area at the center here to determine if there were any puncture marks in the rubber top of the vial.
Oh, this was my question.
And what conclusions did you reach?
I did not detect any punctures or defects in that rubber stopper.
What does the lack of a puncture in that bottle indicate to you?
I need to interrupt. Are we talking about item number 2, which was later marked as item number IB-1? Is that what we are talking about?
That's my understanding of what we're talking about, yes.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'll repeat the last question. What does the lack of any puncture in the septum of this bottle indicate to you?
It indicates that it was not forcibly contacted by any other object to obtain the contents inside of it.
Now, could you please identify State Exhibit 14?
Just grab it with your sweaty palms. So none was used. There's no hole in the top. In theory, she could have pulled the stopper out and sucked the insulin straight out from the jar without going through the stopper, but I doubt as a professional who understood how to do this that she would have thought that far ahead.
Yes.
Is that the same bottle that you performed testing on in your laboratory?
There's no spoilers.
Yes, it is. This is
looking forward
the
to
item
Walmart.
4 vial that I examined in the laboratory. And I recognize both my initials and name and date on the outer packaging, as well as some of the inner packaging here, excuse me, as well as my initials on the item itself.
And the photographs that I placed on the overhead that should also appear in front of you on that screen, are these photographs that you took of that bottle and septum during testing?
Yes.
And additionally,
Okay, thank you.
did you take these photographs of the septum during testing as well?
Yes, I did.
What sort of testing did you perform on State's exhibit?
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt for a moment. I'm getting a call from Dr. Banerjee. She's probably telling me she's not 100%.
Take the call.
Thank you.
Judge, hang on, hold on. Getting the call. Can you guys all wait? Somebody's calling me. The judge, instead of kicking him out, says, go ahead, we'll wait. Take the call. This is an expert witness who is supposed to be watching trial and taking notes so that they can be used to rebut these other witnesses. She's trying to listen in on the phone or watch, I guess, mostly just the phone or through Teams, and she can't hear. So instead of just telling her, watch the live stream on television.
Your Honor, there is difficulty with Dr. Banerjee. She's Commissioner approaching.
Yeah, please.
Somebody okay, here comes the bailiff. See, the bailiff comes from the corner. He gets a little closer and he gets ready. They're not really concerned about an attack going over the bench of the judge like they had in Las Vegas. But he is closer on standby. The expert should either be there in person or just watch the live stream. Just watch the live stream. If you can't figure out the tech. I've got to laugh. It's got to be one of the court clerks that suggests, Judge, they can just watch it on TV. And it will be like an aha moment. They're like, ah.
All right, please continue, Ms. Hager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gleam, with regard to State's Exhibit 14, which is also identified as item number 4, what type of testing did you perform?
It was mostly a visual examination where I was looking for defects in that rubber top of the vial.
What were the results of that testing?
I detected one defect in the center of the rubber stopper that was consistent with a puncture mark that penetrated through the entire rubber stopper of the vial.
And has anything come to your attention since conducting your original testing on both State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 14 that would lead you to change any of your conclusions at this time?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor, and I would move State's 19 into evidence.
Okay.
Any objection, Mr. Selden?
The insulin did have a needle puncture.
State's exhibit number 19 will be admitted into evidence. You may cross-examine Mr. Selden.
That's good evidence. Probably some of the best evidence we have, because there's no reason for anyone in that household to take an insulin injection, right?
Okay.
There's testimony that the neighbors say that she never injected their son with insulin. She wasn't supposed to have insulin for their son. This bottle should be full and intact.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for the defendant, Natalie Cochran.
Yes,
welcome to the courtroom.
Morning.
Welcome.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Gleam.
Gleam. Okay. As Gleam, even though that's not the spelling.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're spelling your name wrong, apparently. Do you work out, Mr. Gleam? You a bit of an athlete? Maybe take a few supplements?
Excuse me, just a moment, Your Honor. I need to collect my thoughts on this.
All right.
It was a little confusing in some of the testimony.
He's still hung up over the name.
All right. Mr. Gleam, as to your report on item number 2, which I believe was State's Exhibit number 10, I'm calling your attention to that one, okay?
Yes.
That was a vial that has a large top, and can we have the photographs of that so that we can put them on the viewer?
All right.
You asking for evidence?
Who has the photographs?
Exhibit.
Photographs are within the report, Your Honor.
Okay.
Bailiff delivery boy. Bring it to Elmo. Tried to impeach his name, Silver Fox. You spell your name wrong. That was funny. Karen, they do. They know she fakes cancer. And defense has admitted that my client is a bad girl. So the jury knows that as well.
Hopefully I can get this on the viewer so everyone can see it.
Well, let's hope.
And could I get some assistance in turning this on?
It is okay.
Okay, good. There we go.
It is
Mr. Gleam,
someone start
are
my
these
car for me.
the photographs that you took of, and I believe your description included item number 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
You did external examinations of this, and by that I mean you didn't empty out the contents, you didn't analyze the contents. That was done by somebody else, correct?
That's correct.
And you say no punctures or defects were present on the top or bottom of the surfaces of the rubber stopper. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
The metal ring, and I believe you're talking about this right here.
Yes.
You can see that. And that's the metal ring that would have been around here and right here. Is that right?
Correct. I didn't necessarily examine the metal ring because I believe it had been manipulated before it got to me to remove the contents.
So you can't make any conclusions about that because it was manipulated before it got to you.
Correct. I was only asked to examine the rubber stopper inside of the metal ring.
And this rubber stopper had no defects or punctures or anything like that that you could see. Is that right?
Not that I was able to detect.
Do you know what substances were represented to be in this vial by other testers?
No, I don't.
Very well. Let's look at this item, which is listed as item number 4. And these are photographs taken by you of this item, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said in examination of this item that you believe, and this item seems to indicate right here, this is Humalog insulin. Would you agree with that label?
Yes, that is how it was labeled.
Now, you say that upon examination, you believe that there was a puncture in the rubber piece right here, correct?
Yes, I believe you lost it on the top there.
I need to touch the button now. Okay, great, thank you. I think we're back on, and hopefully I won't touch anything again.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. This indication right here, with this circle that I believe you put on the photograph, right?
Yes, the dashed circle as well as that arrow to the kind of the top right were indicators put on the photograph by me to just give further clarification on the notes.
So from your examination, you believe that was a puncture in the rubber stopper, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You cannot tell if this was a single puncture or if there might have been, no, I'm going to
withdraw that.
Scratch that. You cannot tell when this alleged puncture mark was made, correct?
No, I cannot.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, who gathered this item from, I believe it was 211 4H Lake Road, says that when he retrieved this item, it was full and unopened.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe that's ever been stated. Lieutenant Bledsoe has not even testified yet.
Yes, that's true. I must sustain the objection. Oh. You can rephrase, Mr. Sellers.
Yeah. From a visual examination, you cannot tell if this was open or not. You're only stating there was a puncture in the top, right?
Yes, I only observed I only examined the rubber stopper, and this is the result of my examination.
This is fantastic audio. The lawyers walked away from the microphone.
And from your examination, you can't tell
to get this sound.
who made this puncture mark, correct?
No, I cannot.
And then this is the microphone sound.
You did a visual examination of the bottle, etc. Were there any fingerprints on the bottle?
I did not examine the bottle for fingerprints.
A moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Is that all you got? If you go back to the lectern, we could hear both of you properly without the fan noise in the background. There we go.
And also, in addition to those questions, not only can you not tell who made the puncture mark, but you can't tell when it was made, correct?
No, I cannot.
One moment, Your Honor. I need to confer.
All right.
Now, the metal ring that you were talking about, and that vial that may or may not have been opened, etc., you stated that, and that was item 2, I believe, you stated that had been manipulated previously, so you couldn't really tell much about it, correct?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes? I made a note specific to the metal ring that might help me better answer that question.
Okay. Is it in your report?
It's the same copy as the State's Exhibit 19. It's just my copy.
I can give him the report.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would it be all right if I stay here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just don't lean over too far.
Oh, sorry.
So on my notes, I indicated that the metal ring was loose and easily removed to separate the rubber stopper from the ring. So the metal ring appeared like it had been manipulated prior to myself receiving it because it was so easily removable.
Okay, and I want to show that on the viewer. This is the vial, not the one marked Humalog. It has a label that represents methylprednisone, and you believe, based on your examination, that this one was manipulated, correct?
Well, I don't have all of the documents from the other units of the laboratory, but I believe it did go to other units of the laboratory before I received it. So it's possible that they might have removed that ring to access the contents. It's possible.
Item number 4. From a visual examination of this bottle, can you tell if it's full of liquid or not?
I believe it was empty when I received it.
So how do you believe the contents were removed?
I don't have any information on that.
Probably through the opening, I'm guessing. Probably out the top.
I need to confer with counsel one more time, and I think I'll wind up.
Okay.
It's almost like he wasn't prepared for this cross-examination. He's really struggled with this one. Can we let this witness take off his
Now, according to your
gloves?
report, items number 2 and items number 4 were found approximately 4 to 5 months after Michael Cochran's death on February 11th of 2019. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of when they were recovered. Well, could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. There are various documents appended to your report, which you reviewed. It's part of your report. From that description, do you believe this item was seized by police or other authorities approximately 4 months after Michael Cochran's death on February 11th of 2019?
I don't have any awareness of the collection of this item of evidence. I can only speak to when it was received into the FBI laboratory and when I worked it in the laboratory, and that's all I can say about the custody of that item.
Okay, I'm going to hand you this report back. I have a few more questions.
I mean, that'd be awesome. That's really cool. Dateline left us out of their summation of that case. Like,
so looking at that report,
I don't know.
When were these 2 items, number 2 and 4, received in your laboratory?
Yes, it is.
So, to best answer your question, this evidence, I don't have the full chain of custody printouts for each of these items present in my notes printouts, That's information that's typically part of the evidence management unit package that is created for these items that kind of covers the whole lifespan or the whole chain of custody of the movement of the items through the entire laboratory.
Right, and I'm not asking you about all that. I just want to know when these two items came into the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, as far as your investigation.
So the initial communication from the field office about this request for laboratory examinations was initiated on February 9th, 2021.
Okay. And so it can be assumed that came into Quantico about February of 2021.
Yes, approximately. So the communication was initiated on February 9th, and then the initial notes done by the evidence management unit were created on February 10th of 2021.
Okay. So Michael Cochran passed away February 11th of 2019, and this crucial evidence has come into your lab 2 years later. Is that what you're saying?
Those are the dates that are indicated as when we received items in this case.
Okay. You were assigned the items on July 30th of 2021, and you completed your report January 31st of 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes, that appears correct.
Okay. Almost 4 years after Michael Cochran's death, correct? If his death occurred February 11th of 2019.
I'm not familiar with the specifics of the case, but if his death occurred in 2019, I completed my exams in 2022, that would be 3 years.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect Ms. Akron.
Mr. Gleam, through your investigation of State's Exhibit 14, the bottle that is labeled Humalog, I believe also identified as Item 4, is it true that you were unable to determine how many times an object had passed through the puncture you identified?
Objection as to the form of the question was leading.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Were you able to determine how many times any item had passed through that puncture?
No, I was not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down, Mr. Gleam. You are excused.
Thank you.
You can keep the gloves. You can keep
Make sure you leave all the exhibits here, please.
Yes, sir.
And our gloves.
Yes, sir. I broke more than I used.
That's all right. We won't charge you.
like this.
Members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break now. Please do not expose yourselves to
Don't
any
expose yourselves
reports
at all.
online, on the radio, or on TV concerning this case. Obviously, you see cameras in the courtroom. You know that this case is being filmed.
Don't expose yourselves.
Again,
there are
I want
cameras.
you to make an independent decision at the close of all the evidence. Please enjoy your lunch. I'll give you a little bit of extra time on your lunch break because we're getting a little late start. I'll need you back in your jury room a little bit before 1:15, please, and we'll start back up promptly.
Okay, so as they go to lunch, we're going to skip ahead and... Oh, wait. Are they arguing stuff during lunch? Check. There he goes. Okay, now he goes to lunch. They are going to argue stuff. Man. Let's see. Nope. They aren't. I jumped backwards. That's what I did. I'm like, why did it do that? Chris Wallace just gifted a membership. Thank you very much. We're trying to fast forward through lunch. That's what I'm doing. So give me just 1 minute. He's done. And we go to lunch. So there's no argument to be considered at this point. We've got a little bit of time left. There goes lunch. Long lunch. We're going to finish this before the lasagna is done in the oven. There we go. Back. All right. And like that, we are ready to go. Chris, thank you very much for your generosity. Oh, wow. Larly Ann gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for your generosity, Larly.
All right. Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Just connecting Dr. Banerjee is also.
Okay. Are we squared away for the next witness, Mr. Truman? Ms. Acor.
My understanding is that they have received the link and they are prepared to go forward when we allow them into the room.
Okay. And we need to connect Dr. Banner. Yes, if you don't mind.
8675309. I'm going to call Jenny. Knitting with Emily, with me. Hopefully you get a quick recovery.
Thank you for calling the
Thanks
office
for
of
being
the
with
Chief
us.
Medical Examiner. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it now. To speak to an operator, stay on the line or press 0.
Ooh, we added a jacket. It must be cold in the courtroom.
Please stay on the line while your call is transferred to the operator.
Look, this is the judge.
Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, please hold.
Okay, I can't play that.
Law clerk for Judge Kirkpatrick. And we are trying to get Dr. Kubichek here for a hearing.
Okay. Let's see. I can send you over to Jessica. Are you trying to schedule it or are you trying to get a hold of him now?
No, I can't get a hold of him right now. He's supposed to testify.
Okay. Y'all let me get you over to his number. Hold on one moment.
Thank you.
More hold music. Please hold. Chief Medical Examiner is supposed to be on the stand. Here we go. This trial is great.
This is Megan. How can I help you?
Megan, this is Tom Truman from Raleigh County Prosecutor's Office. We're ready to hook up Dr. Kubichek on his link. But let me explain to you, we have to have him mute his Teams microphone, and we have to go through the telephone. So whatever way is easiest for you to do that. He'll be on video, but the sound will come across the telephone.
Okay, let me put you on hold here for just a second so I can run back there and make sure he's in his office, and then that way I can
Incoming hold
transfer
music.
back to him, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a little unsettling to make sure he's in his office.
There's the same hold. Make sure he's in his office. Judge is concerned. There's that music again. I'm going to get a copyright strike for the hold music for the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Oh, my goodness. This is crazy. Hold, please. This is Muzak. It's not real music. It's sort of like the songs we make on Suno. It's not real music. She's literally running back to his office, I think. No, hold music is actually copyrighted. It's a big business. Hold music is a big business. The creator and the performer hold copyrights. Okay. You have to subscribe to it. You got to pay. There's usually a monthly fee. Okay, some more music still's going on in the background. It's not great music. It's like elevator music. That's what it is.
Pardon?
Okay, let's pin the next witness. Presumptively assuming that we are going to get to see him via video call. Thank you, Josh, for this. Oh, who's that? Who's that? A lot of companies just put the radio station on their hold music, like a local radio station. The bad side about that is there is a possibility that your competitor is advertising on the radio station, and your customers, when on hold, hear advertisements for your competitor. So it's just a risk you take, you know. How close do you like to play it to the edge?
You've got another witness that you could use.
This must be family. If it's family, it doesn't matter which side it is. If it's family, they got ripped off. by Natalie. There you go, Greeners. That's what you should do. Classical music, if it's old enough, the music itself might be out of copyright, but the performance, say if it was like London Philharmonic Orchestra performing it, they would hold a copyright on their performance. It's crazy. What about grocery store music? Do you pay for that? They pay for that. That would be Muzak. Unless they use a radio station.
No, I'm good.
We're just chilling, checking out who's in the courtroom. They might have been here the whole while. Still on hold. Not a lot of people in the courtroom, probably more media than anything else. So it's media and lawyers are split evenly. What do you guys think about the purple and purple? Purple tie, purple coat. Should he have gone like a yellow? Like a gold tie? I realize the purple does have sort of like a checker pattern to it. But
Yes, we are. Sure.
Okay. You let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
304.
giving out his direct line for the chief medical examiner over the live stream. 867-5309.
To where his desk is.
3043.
Yep. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we will call him. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She's like, I knocked on the door. He didn't answer. But you could call him directly. Yeah, mute this sound because DTMF tones. You can decode DTMF tones. That's the dual tone, multi-frequency noise that it's made.
Yes, sir. You're scheduled to testify by teams in the Raleigh County case today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we need to explain the technology of this. Because of feedback, we're going to put you on, you click on the Teams link, but then mute your microphone.
I may have done a little beige boxing in my day.
Over the Teams link and the audio over the phone, okay?
Okay. I'm already hooked up to your site, and the audio.
This is why we need you to mute. Now that's hold music. Somebody turn it off. Make it stop.
The camera is not working. I don't know why, but it's not showing me.
No camera and bad audio. Great. Let's just swear you in over the phone. Are you holding up your hand?
Show on your computer?
Yeah. I'm now my assistant is working on it.
Okay.
It's sitting. It's hooked up, but
Hey,
I
Steve,
don't know why it's not
ask
working.
Sarah to come in.
Ask Sarah. Sarah can fix anything. Somebody go find Sarah. Sarah in IT.
We need an expert.
Yeah, we need the expert. Everyone will stipulate.
Dr. Banerjee, do we need to call her?
That Sarah is an expert.
Okay.
Mr. Selden? We need your doc's number.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Well, it's really cold, Teresa. This was during the storm, I guess. So weather could be an issue, but I think they planned on testifying remotely anyway. Don, there was a time when I could make free phone calls on payphones. And there was a time where I could use your phone from outside your house to make phone calls to someone I wanted to, or just listen in on your phone.
In front of the Walmart.
I say could. I didn't say did. I don't know what the statute of limitations is.
There might be something on your end.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Okay.
Not collect.
Trying to figure out
There are little,
wrong with the camera.
there are little sounds with a payphone that are made when you drop a quarter in. And if you can mimic those noises, the machine thinks a quarter was dropped in. I've liked electronics since I was a kid.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Allegedly. All that is allegedly. Thank you, Purple Coconut.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Wagger, we're already going to finish early today. Let me just do a quick check on the time frame where we're at on this one. We have 1 hour left, and that means.
This is Dr. Banerjee.
Yes,
we're gonna
hold
be
on,
done
doctor. We're trying to set things up.
45
No
minutes
problem. I
or
was
less.
going to ask if I was here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any headway, Dr. Kubichek?
Still working on it.
Okay.
Kick back, taking it easy.
Prior to this crime, she committed a fraud, a financial crime, a Ponzi scheme, where a lot of people invested in her business, and the investment went straight to
Still working on it, yeah.
the family expenses. You know, like paying for extra houses, paying for vacations, cars, motorcycles, fancy dinners, all the like. $2 million there. Nobody got paid back. Nobody made their money back, at least as far as we
Doctor,
can
you
tell.
may have to get another laptop and work through it.
Ooh, Shelly.
Okay, right now my
73.
assistant is looking for another camera. I think that we have a problem with the camera.
Okay.
We have to try the new one.
If you could find another laptop to hook up to, it might work.
That's awesome,
Is there
Shelly.
any chance your camera portal is locked, Doctor? I mean, like just a piece of tape over it or something?
No.
Okay.
Is there a switch you can move? And do you have a penny taped over your camera? She's laughing. She's laughing. Like this is bizarre. It's a circus. Brian Koberger trial. They have had at least one session under seal. They just now started the second session, also under seal. So nothing is being shown in that yet. We are airing the entire thing over. If they do go live, you'll see it over on the Top Mark Media channel. But she's doing time 11 years for that one. I don't know if she got to keep any of the money though.
Kubichek?
Yes.
Tu Maciek Wiktor z Polski mówi. Ja jestem jednym z prawników. A czy nie łatwiej byłoby tu przyjechać?
What?
Dzisiaj? To był kłopot.
To byłby kłopot?
Tak, bo to ile? 2 godziny w jedną stronę.
Z czasem nie, tylko godzinę.
Godzinę?
Aha.
They're talking in a foreign language, in open court,
We will try,
in front of the
we will try
judge.
to fix it here. If not, within the next few minutes, I'll have to start driving. Będę musiał jechać.
Świetnie. Dobrze. Dziękuję.
Dziękuję.
Translate.
Translate.
Yeah.
We're talking about possibility of me driving to your place.
Is there any possibility of that, Doctor?
No, about 1 hour or so, have hour and a half. I mean, if I have to, then I have to. You know, if they cannot fix the camera, I'll have to drive.
Okay. We'd love to have you here.
The judge says, "Go find your keys."
Or if you could find another laptop to use, it probably would straighten out.
Okay.
There's bound to be another one in your building that's free.
Oh yeah.
I don't think the jury's in yet.
Looking for the solution right now.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Are they cousins? Are they related? There's no way they're related. We might be done early. I don't know how this day ends. I don't want to miss it because we're getting some gold comments here. Replace my laptop. Maybe this calls for another Suno song about courtroom technology and everything that could go wrong. Look, no jury present. We can see the jury seats right there on the right. That's where they normally sit, just opposite the witness, so the witness faces them. So it'll be on the judge's left, prosecution and defense's right. A lot of times you'll see defense close to the jury. This time, not so. Lynn, I'm a huge... Before I went live on Top Mark Video, I was with Brian Kober. I was testing. We ran audio tests and everything. I'm a huge fan of just testing it. Like, put it together and make sure it works before it needs to work. This is a nice courtroom. I'm pleased with it. It's not too noisy. It's not too echoey. It doesn't have terrible fan noise. The microphones are adequate and plentiful, and they allow great media coverage. So I have no complaints about this courtroom. Plus, there's a great judge. Yes, Ashley Benefield ballerina case. That's a bond hearing that was live today. It started early this morning before we went live. If you want to watch that, Trial TV Live was covering that. I think if it's still going, they probably still are.
That was a suggestion.
No, there's no worries about...
Doctor, we're going to have to push this along a little bit. If you can't come up with another laptop, one alternative suggested by one of the experts in the courtroom was that you use your smartphone.
Oh, my goodness. He said, do I have a smartphone?
I have a flip-flop.
It's like, I have the Razor.
It's not a smartphone.
It's a semi-smartphone.
Semi, yeah. I'm not...
She's got an appeal for a new trial. That's the Ashley Benefield trial. I cannot believe this. A flip phone. All of his clients are dead. He doesn't need a good phone. Welcome to West Virginia. This is some of the charm of the state. It's beautiful, by the way. Driving through West Virginia, it was gorgeous. Even when it was raining, it was so nice. Check WeTransfers for some sound bites. Let's see. Got to be careful with this machine because it's running my other live stream.
Doctor, do you have another laptop available you can hook up to?
I'm getting right now a smartphone from my assistant.
Okay.
Okay, if it's your assistant's smartphone, make sure you put do not disturb on, or else we're going to get all her messages interrupting us. Rest stops in West Virginia, not a fan. Not a fan. Ricky, we're not working late today unless you count the podcast, which will be here on this channel at 8 p.m. That's going to be fun. It's going to be a blast. So, yes, we're working late. I actually have, right before the podcast, I've got a Zoom meeting for a, what do you call this? A documentary video shoot. I'm on a committee to document happening this summer. I'm not sure if I'm actually going to go and film, but I'm on the committee to help them plan for it. So I have that right before the podcast. I'll actually leave that early so I can get the podcast set up.
Okay, we got the smartphone. What's the phone number there?
Well, Doctor, you need to click on the Teams link and have your assistant forward the email with the link to the smartphone. Okay. And then she'll click on that and you go.
Could you, can you get the link? Yeah.
I'm sure he's really good at doing medical examinations. Sorry, I'm not taking calls right now. I don't know who called me. Yes, we were turned down on that one. He's a very private person, doesn't even like his picture being taken. It was way out of his comfort zone even to appear in court. And he'll pass. Yeah, no Mark H, unfortunately. Which means I don't have to buy the green Carhartt shirt either. This is probably the longest. Wow. Just turned back to the screen. I got the most close-up. How long were we admiring the witness's or the defendant's pores on her skin? That was super close. It's documenting a video occurrence. It's documenting a reenactment is the best I can say. But it's not anything major.
Any progress, Doctor?
Oh, I'm here.
There he is. Oh, you're on.
Hey, we made it.
Well, you were on just momentarily.
System, yes.
It's not true crime related at all.
Basically, didn't recognize this camera.
It's like a historical thing.
For whatever reason, but I'm here. I'm there. We're still. Let me see. Oh, you're right. Oh.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can see you. Dr. Banerjee, can you hear me? Ooh, not a good sign.
Let me give her a call. Let me open up my flip phone.
But I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We may be straightened out then. It's a miracle.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Okay, are we ready to go?
I think so. Thank you.
Bring in the jury bailiff.
There was a comma in there. Bring in the jury, bailiff. He could have driven there by now. I love this judge.
Bring the jury.
Yeah, Kohberger has been sealed so far all morning. The entire time, and it looks like they've been live for over an hour.
Members of the jury, we have been wrestling with issues of high technology, as you might ascertain. I am the master of low technology, and this little baby is the limit of my abilities in terms of dealing with technological issues. I bought this at Walmart a few years ago, and I found that it's very convenient to give you guidance. It usually tells you yes, no, or maybe.
I'm so glad we didn't skip
sometimes
this.
It comes into play every now and then. That's a joke, of course. We are ready to go forward now. We have the state's next witness on the board. Also, the defense expert is listening by telephone. If you'll call your next witness, please, Mr. Truman or Ms. Acorn.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Piotr Kubichek to the stand.
All right.
I might
Dr.
be shopping
Kubichek,
for a
would
Magic
you
8 Ball.
please,
Hang on.
stand and raise your right hand.
Not going to get it at Walmart.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may be seated. Proceed, Ms. Acorn.
Doctor, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
My name is Dr. Piotr, Piotr, Kubichek, Kubiczek.
And doctor, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the West Virginia office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Charleston, West Virginia. I'm first Deputy Chief Medical Examiner.
And about how long have you been a medical examiner?
I've been working here since 2017, so it's almost 5 years.
In your best estimate, about how many autopsies would you say that you've performed?
Correction, almost 8 years. I have performed altogether in my career more than 6,000 autopsies.
Dr. Kubichek, where did you attend school?
I attended medical school. It was the Medical University of Warsaw, Poland. And then I studied graduate medical residency. It was pathology residency in Muncie, Indiana. This was Bowen Memorial Hospital. Then I proceeded to study forensic pathology. It was my fellowship at Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, Ohio.
Do you have any work experience prior to being a medical examiner for the state of West Virginia?
Yes, prior to work here in West Virginia, I worked in Nevada. I worked over there at Clark County Coroner's Office in Las Vegas, and I worked at Washoe County Medical Examiner Coroner's Office in Reno, Nevada. And before that, of course, I worked at Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, Ohio. And before that, I worked at a residency program. It was Bowen Memorial Hospital in Muncie, Indiana.
He does it backwards.
And are you currently licensed to practice medicine in the state of West Virginia?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes.
Could you just briefly lay that out for us?
Well, I teach smartphone technology.
Since my residency training, I've been teaching medical students and residents in practice of autopsy and pathology. And then now I teach medical students practice of forensic pathology here in West Virginia.
And outside of that teaching experience, have you given any presentations in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, it's a part of it was part of my work to give presentations, for example, in Nevada, about the cause and manner of death, different types of causes of death, and how they refer to manner of death.
Are you a member of any professional organizations or committees?
Yes, I'm a member of International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners, and I'm a member of College of American Pathology, and I'm a member of Association of I'm American Society of Clinical Pathologists.
Your Honor, subject to voir dire by the defense, I would request permission to treat this witness as an expert in the field of forensic pathology under Rule 702.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire of this witness?
I just have a few very brief questions.
Very well.
Dr. Kubichek, have you published any articles, books, or anything of that nature?
During my forensic pathology fellowship, I was co-author of article on toxicology involving pediatric population in Montgomery County. Besides that, I published, presented a letter to editor on injuries of residents that occurred during the autopsies. Basically, those are the most important.
Remind me to tell you what my
articles or the
test told me I
presentation
should
in
be
journals.
All
sometime.
right. Thank you. And Dr. Kubichek is certainly acceptable as an expert in forensic pathology.
All right, the court declares Dr. Kubichek to be an expert within his
So
field of
stipulated.
forensic pathology. You may continue, Ms. Akron.
Dr. Kubichek, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy on a Michael Cochran on or about September 4th of 2019?
Yes.
And did you generate a report following that autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to have the autopsy report marked as State's Exhibit 20.
Okay. Thanks.
Now, Doctor, that autopsy was performed approximately 7 months following Mr. Cochran's death. Is that right?
Yes.
7 months.
Can you explain the long window between the death and the autopsy occurring?
Initially, Mr. Cochran's death was considered a natural death, so the hospital and the hospice actually did not report the death to us. Later on, law enforcement became involved, and it was determined that the postmortem examination should be performed, and almost not the court issued the order for exhumation. And then I performed the autopsy on exhumed body, Mr. Cochran.
Did you review any outside medical records when you performed this autopsy?
Yes.
Can you review what those were for us?
There were records from Raleigh Hospital and then CMC Memorial Hospital, and those were the major sources of information.
And when you performed this autopsy, were you looking for anything in particular?
When we perform autopsy, we look for the evidence of natural diseases on the surface of the body and then inside the cavities of the body. And of course, we look for the evidence of injuries on the surface of the body, inside of the body. The body that I received in the coffin, it was already moderately decomposed, and however, it was also post-status embalming, and this kind of helped to preserve the internal organs. The process of embalming helped me to visualize better the organs in the body that was on the outside of this was more moderately decomposed. And I performed as I said, external examination, internal examination, and I did find that he had cardiomegaly, that means enlarged heart, and obviously there were those decomposition changes present. And I sent out tissues that I obtained during the autopsy for toxicology examination. Basically, the toxicology results showed that there was no alcohol, there were no common drugs of abuse. We also tested for heavy metals, and basically at that point, after reviewing the medical information, clinical information, after reviewing the toxicology findings, I came to a conclusion that because of that, he's at this point undetermined. I could not find basically cause of death beyond certainly the medical science.
Isn't this a good point in her favor?
You answered my next 4 or 5 questions for me right there in that answer. Dr. Kubichek, has anything come to your attention since originally performing the autopsy that would change the opinion that you offered?
No.
And had you been looking for anything specific at that time, as in this case we're talking about exogenous insulin administration, would you have performed any different testing that you did not perform with the original autopsy?
Actually, no, because the the body was already moderately decomposed. It was almost 7 months after the deceased's death. So looking for areas of, for example, insulin injection or the presence of insulin in the deceased system was basically not possible at that time, because we have to understand he spent a few days in the hospital, and later on he was obviously buried. So lots of the evidence that would help to determine if there was actually insulin used was not available anymore during the post-mortem examination.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Selden.
Faster than we
Can I have a
spent.
moment to speak to co-counsel?
Yes.
Co-counsel's a little wishy-washy today. Not really confident. Is that the judge clicking the pen? Ooh, 3-man huddle. Natalie, get in there. Get in there. Ask about the amount of time. Amount of time that went on and how the things would not be able to be tested after a certain amount of time with decomposition, maybe. He's had a busy day.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kubichek. My name is Stanley Selden. I am co-counsel for Natalie Cochran, and welcome this afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'm thinking, Teddy Bear, it would at least look bad.
Now, you conducted, I'm gathering from your answers, a very detailed and thorough examination of Michael Cochran's body when you received it, and it was exhumed 7 months after his death. Is that correct?
Yes.
I saw that. I think the has to do with the reverse camera.
And you said that you reviewed the medical records from Raleigh General Hospital and CAMC in the course of your autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In your autopsy report, you have a list of diagnoses that I believe you received from the discharge report of CAMC. That's on page 5 of your report. Is that where those diagnoses came from?
Yes.
Okay. And the clinically documented diagnoses were that the decedent was unresponsive at home during unclear circumstances. That's the first one, correct?
Yes.
There was a reported prolonged time of unconsciousness, correct?
Yes.
You list in number 3 that there was use of testosterone augmenting supplement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prolonged hospital stay, and then you list cerebral edema with hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. That's fluid on the brain and swelling of the brain. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes.
I think we've got him on repeat. He just hits the.
You list hypoglycemia at the time of admission. You do not know the cause of that. That's just the discharge note, correct?
Yes.
There was a history of seizure disorder and diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And he was in a coma, right?
That's correct.
Now, there was noted in your autopsy and on these diagnoses that he suffered from cardiomegalia, which was an enlarged heart, correct?
Yes.
Okay. After all these exams, all this review of the medical records, your very thorough report and toxicology, etc., you found that the manner and cause of death was undetermined, correct? And undetermined means you don't know why he was deceased, and you couldn't tell from the autopsy, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Redirect, Ms. Akron.
Dr. Kubichek, you analyzed the organs of Mr. Cochran, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you locate any tumors on or inside of the body or on those organs?
No.
And the hypoglycemia that was listed in those records, would you consider that profound hypoglycemia?
Hypoglycemia is less than, I'm not really a clinician, treating patients, live patients, but it was, at the time of admission, was significant.
And the information that you received in the medical records, do you know the original source of any of that information?
There was testing done at the CMC Memorial, the follow-up testings. But that was the medical records, those were the sources of information. Obviously, I could not verify this during the autopsy.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Very, very good.
Go ahead.
Oh, man. Back and forth and back and forth. A lot of ping pong in this court.
Dr. Kubichek, the reason you couldn't find tumors, microscopic tumors, etc., because this body was 7 months old, and the organs are the first thing to decompose. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything, Ms. Acord?
No, Your Honor.
Let this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please, Ms. Acord or Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, our next witness is currently on his way into town from Dallas, Texas. We do not anticipate that he will be here before the close of court today.
All right, and you have no one else that you could substitute?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury,
We're done
you've
for the day.
heard that we've run out of witnesses for the day, and so we are still on the state's case in chief, which means that we will start back up in the morning and continue with the trial. I will try to have something good in terms of a snack for you in the morning. I think I'll spring for sausage biscuits, if that's agreeable for everybody. Does everybody like sausage and biscuits? Okay, I will have that for you in the morning, and it will be waiting on your table whenever you arrive before 9 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. This is a dangerous period because there is some great interest in this case, and I warn you not to watch any portrayals of the case on television, online, or hear anything on the radio, or read anything in the newspaper. All of those people will be trying to gather your attention, and you must resist so that you can make a fair and impartial decision at the end of the case. All right, enjoy your evening and your afternoon off, and I'll see you in the morning at 9 o'clock. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room.
He does this to get the jury to be on time, because the last person there isn't going to get any donuts or biscuits and gravy. But man, biscuits and gravy, one of my favorites. One of the best places you can get biscuits and gravy here is Hardee's. Actually.
All right, are there any matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, I seem to have slipped up one more time, and I would request that State's Exhibit 20 be entered into evidence.
No objection.
All right, there being no objection, State's Exhibit number 20 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further on behalf of the defense?
Your Honor, nothing on the merits, but if we may have a little sidebar on the planning of the rest of the week here as far as witnesses.
All right,
I would
come out.
appreciate that.
All right, we are catching up rapidly. We're not going to get any further along today, so we are going to actually take a little bit of a break this afternoon because I'm pretty sure I will not be able to get all of the next one done before I need to take a break for my meeting for the video committee. And then after that, we have the podcast. I don't want to cut off right in the middle of the day because that would be super confusing. Hardee's does make good gravy. Here's what you do. The best biscuits and gravy, and you sort of have to mix and match, and I apologize because there's no good way to do this. But since we're talking about food, and I'm hungry anyway because the lasagna is not ready, it takes forever to cook. You go to Popeyes and get their biscuits. The Popeyes biscuits, then you drive across the street to Hardee's. Or actually do this the other way around. Go to Hardee's and get the biscuits and gravy, just the gravy. Okay, buy a gallon, whatever, that's like one serving size. You get that, and then you go to Popeyes, and the Popeyes has the best fresh biscuits. And use the Popeyes biscuits and the Hardee's gravy, and together it's like, chef's kiss. It is wonderful. Cost a fortune, so you have to buy like 2 things and only eat half of it, but a gallon is a serving. It's so good. If it were possible, I would take the biscuits and gravy, the gravy, intravenously. I think I would just shoot that stuff right into the vein. It's so good. Unfortunately, the needle would have to be massive and it might be painful, so that's not possible. But it is good. It is good. Is it Popeyes? Now I'm wondering if I got the yeah, it's Popeyes biscuits. I think it's right. Hey, boss. Catch my last comment. I don't know why they call me boss. I've never told them to refer to me that way. Let's see, the last comment right here. New Karen Reed Ducks in chat there, spicy. Yes, this is I was looking at this a little bit. The Karen Reed case, as she is going to be retried because of the mistrial that happened the first time. The defense has now basically moved to throw the whole thing out because they brought in an expert. They paid a lot of money and brought in an expert to analyze the police system. Remember when the police showed that the garage video and the car was backwards, and they're like, "Oh, that's just something our system does." Well, defense says, "Okay, we're bringing an expert to see if that's something your system does." And guess what? Evidence is not there anymore. It's all gone. It may be destroyed. And for that, they want to throw the case out. I'm not sure if they're going to win on that grounds, but going to be spicy for sure. Let's see. Where were we? Oh, I was going to tell you a couple things. Because Phil, TYO Toys, if you're still here, and Greeners, you guys were talking about those tests you take in junior, at least in the United States, in junior high when I was in junior high, meaning we're talking like 7th, 8th, 9th grade, that age. They would have you take this big test to see what career path was best suited for you. Okay, and it was a terrible test. Took way too long, and I took it twice. And the first time, I had in mind a certain career path that I was shooting for, and the second time I decided to do something completely different and answer entirely opposite and just do something outlandish and just see what it came up with, completely skewing the system. So the first time I intentionally tried to get a result. Both times I got the same answer. Both times I got the same answer. The defense rests. Welcome. We're talking about weird stuff right now. Both times I got the same answer, and it told me that I should have a career that put me far away from anybody, out on my own, doing something that's important but probably not going to be needed. They told me I should be a Forest Service fire watcher. They live in a tower by themselves and look at binoculars over trees. I don't know how I got to that point. I wanted to be like a park ranger, so I was aiming for the guy who wears the green. It's like a police officer in green, and they deal with animals more. That's what I was going for. But instead, they said you should be by yourself, not talk to anyone for extended periods of time, and live in a very tall house where no one can hear you. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or what, but that test, man, was crazy. It was crazy. It's a very specific job. And to get it twice with completely different answers, I think it's rigged. Wanted to be a park management ranger too. That was a cool job. I liked it all the way up until when I found out how much they earn. And man, you've got to love your job if they don't pay you well. And those jobs, they're hard work and they're in all sorts of weather. And I just didn't think the pay was good enough for that. All right. As they are wrapping up the day in court, just to keep you up to date on what's happening over in Brian Koberger's case, they're back in session. They are closed, though, so nothing is happening. Let's see if the judge says anything here.
A question for the folks that are filming the trial. We anticipate that a juvenile may testify in this case as early as tomorrow. And I would like to not portray that juvenile's face on screen. And I'm wondering if I can get some cooperation in that regard. The audio is fine. I've noticed in watching portrayals on TV that many times they're able to blur the face of the person that is speaking so that you wouldn't see the face. I'm inquiring of you folks directly if we could do that to protect the juvenile. Yes, sir. Okay. Can we do that? The juvenile, I understand, is 17 years old, not an adult, and very sensitive, perhaps. And we need to protect him as much as we can.
This would be the neighbor's kid.
Are we all agreed in that concern? Yes, Your Honor. Okay. I've got thumbs up from everybody, and looks like we're okay. All right, is there anything else before we close out the day?
That's what to say, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Court is in recess.
There we go. All right, they go in recess. We're done for the day. I know it's a little bit early. It's only 1:30 here. I'm going to go watch my lasagna baking in the oven. It's important. Somebody has to do it. If you don't watch it, someone will eat it. I'm going to watch the lasagna. We have caught up. We've done 2 days. We are now, we're now on day 5, which means tomorrow we'll watch day 5 and day 6. That should keep us completely current. Completely current. The music, please. What music? What music is it? There's a neat podcast about a Firewatch tower. Tower 5, I think it's called Fiction Radio Play. You know I'm interested in that. I've watched YouTube videos about people. You can rent like an Airbnb. You can rent an old Firewatch tower and stay in an Airbnb, a big tower on the top of a mountain. There's a guy who did it in a terrible thunderstorm, and he filmed the whole thing. Don't go. Why not catch up? Because it gets a little tricky. We will catch up. We are catching up. My problem is I cannot start the next one and be done before I need to stop for the day. And I don't want to just jerk us around that way. But will Top Mark still be streaming? Yes, it is. Top Mark is still live streaming what's happening in court in Brian Koberger's case, which is just this. Let me turn all this fun stuff off. It's just closed right now. As soon as it becomes live, as soon as the video happens, as soon as there's audio, you will get it in the Brian Koberger case. That's over on the Top Mark Media channel. We do have some mods, great mods like Red Pen is over there as well. And you can continue the discussion over there if you're interested in the hearing. That is a Brian Koberger hearing is a suppression hearing where 12 things are going to be brought up. And I don't know how many of the 12, but at least some of them, the judge has said, we can't let this out in the public yet. And so it's sealed. It's closed for that portion. So when they get to the parts that can be talked about publicly, like have already been talked about, been published in the newspaper and everything else, that'll be live, or should be, and we'll get to hear that. But until then. So we're going to get a, Red Pen says, come on over and hang out with us. Talk about. Can somebody put the link to Top Mark Media in chat really quickly if anybody wants to jump over and, or I could, you know what I can do? I can make a portal. Let's add. There we go. I made a portal so I can bring some people over. If you do land in the Top Mark Media live stream, I'd love it, even if you're not going to stay. If you just click the like button while you're there, and I mean, lie to YouTube. No, just kidding. I'm not asking you to do that. If you like it, click the like button. That would be much appreciated, and help us out a little on that channel. So we might grow that a little bit more than what it is right now. We're done for the day. We caught up on 2 days really quickly. Tomorrow we should pretty much be back up to speed. Oh, what about the buttons? Okay, let me talk about the buttons. We have a button contest. As you can see, I have a lot of buttons on my desk, and there's a contest going on right now. The first person to guess the right number of buttons is going to win a gift from me, which may be in the ballpark of about the equivalent cost-wise to a year's worth of membership or something like that. Not a small gift. And we've had a lot of guesses, and one guess has been within three. You can see I've got a lot of things with buttons. So get your guess in there. There's the form right there. You can't make the guess in chat. You have to use this form. And only I and Amber know what the answer is, and she has promised never to tell. So I can't give any hints because it wouldn't be fair to people who already guessed without hints, but there we have it. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning with more catch-up, and I think all the way caught up, of the West Virginia case against Natalie Cochran. Accused of killing her husband. Also, she's in jail for a Ponzi scheme, but we won't hold that against her in this trial. We will, I swore you to secrecy. You can never tell. All right. You guys have a good day. We're all done. We'll see you over on Top Mark. Bye-bye.
Because he's the guy.